There is a town in America that does not exist on any map. It has a nuclear power plant and a tire fire and a gorge that people drive into on a somewhat regular basis. It has a monorail that was poorly built and a harbor that probably should not be trusted and a quick-stop convenience store that has been open every single hour of every single day since 1989. The people who live there have yellow skin, 4 fingers on each hand, eyes that are a little too round, a little too prominent, sitting in faces that would make any anatomy textbook deeply uncomfortable. Their children have been the same age for 36 years. Their parents have not gained a single wrinkle. And no one, not one person in this entire impossible town, has ever stopped to look around and say the thing that needs to be said, which is that something, somewhere, went very, very wrong. Welcome to Springfield. You are about to spend a long time here. The lights are low, the town is quiet, the couch is comfortable, and Homer Simpson is probably asleep in his recliner again with a half-eaten donut resting on his chest, rising and falling with each slow breath. Somewhere down the street, Ned Flanders has already said his prayers and turned off his bedside lamp. Mr. Burns is receiving his weekly treatment, glowing faintly in a private medical wing that no one in town knows exists. And Maggie Simpson is in her crib, wide awake, watching the ceiling with those enormous, unblinking eyes, thinking thoughts that a 1-year-old has absolutely no business thinking. This is a story about all of them. It is a story told slowly, in the dark, meant to be absorbed at the edge of sleep when your mind is soft and receptive, and the details of a cartoon town feel as real and as meaningful as anything in your waking life. Because here is the thing about The Simpsons. It is the longest-running animated series in American history, 36 seasons, nearly 800 episodes. Aired for the first time on the 17th of December, 1989, in a world that did not yet have the internet, that did not yet have smartphones, that was still watching VHS tapes and paying for cable with a check. The Berlin Wall had just come down. The Cold War was breathing its last, and a dysfunctional yellow family in an unnamed American town was about to become the most analyzed, most theorized, most deeply examined piece of popular culture that the 20th century ever produced. And the reason people cannot stop examining it, the reason fans have spent decades writing essays and building timelines and arguing in corners of the internet at 2 in the morning, is because the show does something that almost no other piece of long-form entertainment has ever done. It runs long enough that its own contradictions become impossible to ignore. It accumulates so many episodes, so many throwaway lines and background details and unexplained continuity errors, that the errors stop looking like mistakes and start looking like evidence. Evidence of something buried beneath the jokes. Something the show has been quietly, patiently telling you for over 3 decades without ever quite saying it out loud. Tonight, we are going to look at that evidence. All of it. We are going to walk through every major plot hole, every abandoned storyline, every theory so well constructed that the writers themselves have felt compelled to respond to it on the record. We are going to do it slowly, gently, in the same unhurried tone that the town of Springfield itself moves through its impossible, ageless days. And by the time we are finished, you will know things about this show that will quietly rearrange the way you see it. Not in a way that ruins it. In a way that makes it something richer and stranger and sadder than you ever expected a cartoon about a donut-obsessed safety inspector to be. Let us begin with the most fundamental mystery of all. The one that should bother you far more than it does. The one that sits at the center of every other theory, like the reactor core at the heart of the Springfield nuclear power plant, silent and glowing and impossible to approach directly without protective equipment. Nobody in Springfield ages. Let that settle for a moment. Not in the way that animated characters in short-form cartoons don't age, where the premise is so simple and the format so brief that continuity was never part of the deal. We are talking about a show that has been running for 36 years in real time. A show that has depicted its characters living through 3.5 decades of American history. A show that has referenced the Gulf War, the Clinton administration, the September 11th attacks, the Obama presidency, the Trump presidency, the COVID pandemic, and countless other real-world events, all while maintaining that the Simpson family is still the exact same age it was when George H.W. Bush was president and grunge music had not yet been invented. Bart Simpson was 10 years old in 1989. He is 10 years old right now, today, as you listen to this. He has been 10 years old through the entire Clinton era, and the entire Bush era, and the entire Obama era, and through everything that has happened since. He went to school with Milhouse and Nelson and Martin Prince in the fall of 1989, and he is still going to school with those same children, in the same grades, studying from what one imagines are increasingly outdated textbooks, in the perpetual September of Springfield Elementary. Lisa was 8 years old when the show began. She is 8 years old now. She has been playing that same saxophone solo, that same melancholy little fragment of melody, for 36 years. Maggie was 1 year old in 1989. She still is. She has been sucking on that pacifier through the entirety of modern American history, watching the world through those enormous round eyes, and she has not grown a single day older. Homer and Marge were somewhere in their mid-30s when the show began. They still are. They have not gained a line or a gray hair or any of the physical weight that 3.5 decades of living should deposit on a person's face and body. They are exactly who they were. Preserved. Frozen. Locked in place at the age they were on the day the opening credits first played. The television industry has a term for this. They call it a floating timeline. It means that the show's present tense is always aligned with the viewer's present tense, regardless of how much time has actually passed. When The Simpsons airs an episode in 2025, the characters are living in 2025. They reference current events. They make jokes about contemporary technology. They exist in the now. But they do this while remaining the same age they were in 1989. The year moves. The characters do not. The world around them evolves and shifts and accumulates history, and the Simpsons family watches all of it happen from the same couch, in the same living room, with the same faces they have always had, as if time were something that happened to other people. Most animated shows use some version of this device. The Simpsons is simply the show that has used it for so long and to such an extreme degree that the device has become something else entirely. It has become a crack in the foundation of Springfield's reality. A crack so wide and so deep that the most devoted fans have spent years staring into it, and what they find down there is not lazy writing. What they find is a series of theories, each one more elaborate and more internally consistent than the last, that attempt to explain not just why the characters don't age, but why time itself seems to work differently inside this town. Why consequences don't stick. Why catastrophes are forgotten. Why the same family can experience the end of the world and be back on the couch the following Sunday as if nothing happened. Let us begin with the floating timeline itself, because before we can understand the theories, we need to understand just how strange and how structurally broken the timeline of this show actually is. The problem becomes most visible when you look at backstory. When The Simpsons began, Homer and Marge's shared history was anchored to a specific era. They met as teenagers in the late 1970s. Their courtship was set against the backdrop of the Carter administration, of disco music and wide-lapeled suits, and a particular American cultural moment that placed them firmly in a generation. Homer's early adulthood was shaped by the Vietnam War's aftermath, by Watergate, by all the particular textures of American life in that period. Their high school years had a very specific flavor, a very specific set of cultural references. And those references made perfect sense for a couple who were supposed to be in their mid-30s in the late 1980s. But then time passed, and the floating timeline dragged the show's present forward, year by year, episode by episode, and the backstory had to move with it. Because if Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2005, they did not grow up in the 1970s. They grew up in the 1990s. And if they are still in their mid-30s in 2015, they grew up in the 2000s. And if they are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they are millennials who came of age in the era of social media and streaming services, and a completely different set of cultural references than the ones the show established in its early seasons. The show has dealt with this by simply rewriting the backstory, multiple times, across multiple flashback episodes. Homer and Marge's origin story has been told and retold at least 4 distinct times in the series, each version set in a different decade, each version using era-appropriate music and fashion and cultural touchstones to place the characters in whatever historical moment made mathematical sense for the current episode. They were children of the 70s, then they were children of the 80s, then they were children of the 90s, The specific era of their youth keeps sliding forward like a window on rails, maintaining the same distance from the show's present tense, while the absolute dates underneath it change completely. What this means, if you follow the logic carefully, is that Homer and Marge do not have a stable past. Their memories are not fixed to any particular real-world moment. Their histories have been revised, overwritten, updated to fit the current narrative need. The story of how they fell in love, the story of where they came from, the story of who they were before Springfield and the nuclear plant and the couch, that story is a draft document. It exists in at least 4 incompatible versions. And the show moves between these versions without apology, because in a floating timeline, continuity is not a value. Narrative usefulness is a value. And whatever backstory makes the current episode work is the backstory that will be used, regardless of what the backstory said 3 seasons ago. This is strange enough on its own, but it becomes genuinely unsettling when you pair it with the other things we know about Springfield. Because the floating timeline is not just a production convenience. It is a symptom of something. Something that every major theory about this show converges on, from completely different directions, arriving at the same destination through entirely different roads. The coma theory, which we will explore in its own dedicated section later tonight, says that nobody in Springfield ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who lost consciousness in April of 1993 and never woke up. Homer Simpson fell into a coma during the 18th episode of Season 4. Every episode that has aired since that date is, according to this theory, a dream generated by an unconscious brain. And the reason nobody ages in a dream is the same reason nobody ages in Springfield. Dreams do not have calendars. Dreams do not observe birthdays. Dreams preserve the world exactly as it was at the moment consciousness ended, running it on a loop, cycling through variations of the same scenarios with the same familiar faces at the same familiar ages, because the sleeping mind does not have access to new information. It can only work with what it had at the moment the lights went out. The radiation theory, which will be our very next stop on this journey through Springfield, says that nobody ages because decades of nuclear contamination have altered the biology of every resident at the cellular level. That the same radioactive runoff that gave Blinky the fish a third eye has also somehow disrupted the normal aging process in the human population of this town, producing a community of people whose bodies are stuck in a state of biological suspension, neither progressing nor deteriorating, just maintaining, just holding, just existing in an endless present tense like the Springfield nuclear power plant's cooling towers, which have been leaking the same invisible poison into the same water supply since before most of the show's current audience was born. The collective denial theory, which we will trace through the episode that fans called the worst in the series, says that Springfield doesn't age because the town actively chooses not to. That there is a social contract in Springfield, unspoken but rigorously enforced, that says the official version of reality will be maintained regardless of what the facts suggest. And if the official version says Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8 and Maggie is 1 and nothing has changed since the fall of 1989, then that is the version Springfield will enforce, and anyone who insists on the truth will find themselves in approximately the same situation as the real Seymour Skinner, which is to say, tied to a railroad car and physically expelled from the community. Every theory says the same thing in a different voice. Time is broken in Springfield. Not malfunctioning, not simply ignored. Broken. Structurally, fundamentally, irreparably broken. And the floating timeline is not the cause of that breakage. It is the evidence of it. It is the show telling you, episode after episode, season after season, that the normal rules do not apply here. That this town operates according to a different set of physics. That whatever Springfield is, it is not simply a cartoon town in an animated sitcom. It is something stranger and something darker, and something that rewards attention in ways that most entertainment simply does not. The show knows this about itself. It has always known. There are moments scattered across the series where it seems to wink at the audience about its own temporal impossibility, little self-aware jokes about the fact that Bart has been 10 years old for longer than some viewers have been alive. But these winks are gentle. They are the kind of self-awareness that diffuses tension rather than creating it. The show points at the impossibility, laughs about it, and moves on. The audience laughs along. And the question of why nobody ages gets filed under cartoon logic, under suspension of disbelief, under the category of things we have simply agreed not to think about. Except some people do think about it. Some people have always thought about it. And the thinking has produced results that are genuinely worth sitting with in the dark on a quiet night, because the results are not just clever fan theories about a cartoon show. They are genuine attempts to understand what this show is actually doing, what it is actually saying, what it is actually about underneath all those decades of donuts and couch gags and Homer screaming and falling down and getting back up and screaming again. Because here is the thing about The Simpsons that separates it from every other long-running television series. It is old enough that the question of why nobody ages has become inseparable from the question of what this show is for, what purpose it serves, what it means that America has kept this family on its television for 36 years without aging them a single day. What that says about us, not just about them, what our need to preserve this particular family in amber, to freeze this particular version of American domesticity at this particular moment in history, reveals about the things we are afraid to let go. Those are big questions. We are going to approach them slowly. We have all night. The town is quiet. The plant is running. Mr. Burns is somewhere in his office, a single lamp burning at his desk, plotting something that will be forgotten by next week's episode. And Bart Simpson is 10 years old. Just like he was yesterday, just like he will be tomorrow, just like he has been every single day for 36 years, in a town that seems to have made a deal with time itself, trading the normal passage of years for something else entirely, something permanent, something impossible, something that the residents of Springfield have never once questioned, because the radiation already took care of that. Let us go deeper. The town is waiting. End of section 1. Drop a comment below with the time it is where you are and what city you are watching from. And if you want more deep dives like this one, go ahead and subscribe. There is a lot more Springfield ahead of us tonight. Section 2. The nuclear plant Springfield's slow poison. Imagine you are driving into Springfield for the first time. You come over a hill somewhere outside of town, the exact geography of which changes depending on which episode you happen to be watching, and you see the skyline. There is not much of one. There is a water tower. There is the First Church of Springfield with its modest steeple. There is Springfield Elementary, squat and flat-roofed, surrounded by a chain-link fence that has never been repaired since the episode where someone drove through it. There is Moe's Tavern. There is the Quick E-Mart. There is the Springfield Nuclear Power Plant, and the power plant is enormous. It dominates the landscape in a way that the show treats as entirely normal. 2 massive cooling towers, rounded at the top and slightly narrower at the middle, emitting a continuous slow billow of steam that hangs over the town like a permanent weather system. The plant sits on the bank of a river. The same river from which Blinky the three-eyed fish was pulled in Season 2, which should have caused a national reckoning and resulted in federal intervention and the immediate shutdown of the facility, but which instead generated about a week of local news coverage and then was quietly forgotten, the way everything in Springfield is quietly forgotten, the way the town has always preferred the comfortable amnesia of moving on to the uncomfortable work of actually looking at what is happening to them. The Springfield nuclear power plant is, within the logic of its own fictional universe, one of the most dangerous industrial facilities that has ever been depicted in the history of American entertainment. That is not hyperbole. That is a conclusion supported by the show's own canonical evidence, accumulated across hundreds of episodes over more than 3 decades, building a picture of institutional negligence so complete and so thorough that it stops being funny and starts being something else. Something more like a case study. Something that, if you laid out all the documented violations in a single document and presented them to an actual nuclear regulatory authority, would result in the immediate closure of the facility and the criminal prosecution of everyone involved in its operation. A surprise safety inspection of the plant, depicted in one of the series' early episodes, found 342 violations. 342 separate, documented failures to meet basic safety standards. The cost to remediate those violations was estimated at $56 million. Charles Montgomery Burns, the plant's owner, a billionaire many times over with assets that dwarf the remediation cost by several orders of magnitude, chose not to spend the money. Not because the money was unavailable, but because spending the money would mean acknowledging that the violations existed, And acknowledging that the violations existed would mean someone might start asking questions about what those violations had already done to the people of Springfield. How long they had been living next to a facility that was not operating within safe parameters. What had been leaking out of those cracked cooling towers? What had been finding its way into the groundwater and the river and the air above a residential community that had been there, drinking and breathing and living, for decades? Burns chose silence. He chose the fine over the fix. He chose to pay whatever penalties the regulatory system assessed and continue operating, because the regulatory system in Springfield is just as compromised as everything else in this town, and the penalties were manageable, and the alternative was unacceptable. The alternative was accountability. And accountability, in the world of Mr. Burns, is the one thing that no amount of money should ever be spent purchasing. Let us go through the violations. Not all 342 of them, because that would require more time than we have, and also the list would become genuinely distressing after about the 50th item. But the highlights, the ones that the show depicts directly and casually, treating them as background jokes in episodes about other things, which is itself part of the point. The violations are so normalized in Springfield that they exist as ambient humor. They are the scenery. They are part of the texture of everyday life in this town, and no one looks at them with alarm. Not the characters, and not, for the most part, the audience. Radioactive waste being dumped directly into bodies of water. This is depicted multiple times across the series. Green, glowing barrels of nuclear material being discharged into the river that runs through Springfield, or buried in the ground near the plant, or left in places where they will eventually find their way into the water table. The show presents this as an ongoing practice, not a one-time incident, not an accident, a practice, a regular operational decision made by the facility's management, which is to say by Burns, which is to say deliberately and with full knowledge of the consequences. Radioactive waste being dumped onto children's playgrounds. This one the show depicts with characteristic cartoon casualness, a single visual gag, a barrel rolling out of a truck and coming to rest in a sandpit or near a swing set, and then the episode moves on. But consider what that image actually represents. Someone at the plant made a logistics decision. Someone determined that a children's recreational area was an acceptable disposal site for nuclear material. That decision was made in a town where Burns owns the power plant, controls the economy, and has demonstrated on multiple occasions that he is willing to absorb any human cost that the operation of his facility incurs, as long as that cost is borne by someone other than himself. Plutonium being used as a paperweight on an employee's desk. This one sits in the realm of surreal comedy, the kind of joke that The Simpsons has always been exceptional at, where the horror is so complete and so absurdly presented that you laugh before you fully register what you are laughing at. Someone at that plant took a piece of plutonium, which is one of the most toxic substances ever handled by human beings, and put it on their desk to hold down papers. It is there every day. Every time that employee sits down to do their work, they are sitting within arm's reach of an element that causes radiation poisoning through proximity alone. And the joke is that this is just how things work at the Springfield nuclear power plant, and everyone there has simply normalized it, the way they have normalized everything else. Cracked cooling towers patched with chewing gum. This is possibly the most telling detail of all the violations, because it says something specific about the maintenance culture of the facility. Someone noticed the crack. Someone was aware that the structural integrity of the cooling tower had been compromised, and the response was not to report the damage, not to shut down the unit for repairs, not to contact a structural engineer. The response was to find a stick of gum, chew it, and press it into the crack. To apply the most temporary, the most inadequate, the most cosmetically insufficient repair possible, and then walk away and continue operations. That gum is holding together a structure that contains an active nuclear reactor. That gum is part of Springfield's infrastructure. That gum is, in a very real sense, part of the reason that every fish in the river has 3 eyes, luminous rats running through the walls of the facility. The show depicts these with some regularity, creatures that have been in such prolonged contact with radioactive material that their bodies emit visible light, scurrying through the ductwork and behind the panels and beneath the floors of a working reactor. They are not contained. They are not part of some controlled experiment. They are feral. They are breeding. They are carrying whatever they have absorbed from the plant's interior out into the surrounding environment every time they leave through whatever gaps exist in the building structure, which, given the facility's documented maintenance record, is probably quite a few gaps. And then there are the skeletons. Human skeletons found in the basement of the plant. The show drops this detail with the same casual tone it uses for everything else. A brief visual, a throwaway line, and then the scene moves on. Nobody investigates. Nobody asks who those people were. Nobody asks how human beings came to be dead inside a working nuclear facility in a way that left their remains in the basement, rather than resulting in, for example, any kind of official investigation or burial or notification of next of kin. The skeletons are simply there. They have always been there. They are part of the plant's architecture at this point, just like the luminous rats and the gum-patched cooling towers and the plutonium paperweight. Just part of the scenery in a facility that has been continuously operating in violation of basic safety standards for longer than most of its workforce has been alive. Now consider the man whose job it is to prevent all of this. The man whose literal professional function is to stand between this facility and the population surrounding it, to monitor the plant's operations, to identify hazards, to ensure that the safety systems are functioning as designed, to be the last line of defense between Springfield and the kind of radiological event that ends careers and contaminated watersheds, and occasionally entire cities. His name is Homer Simpson. His IQ, as stated by the show's own creator, is 55. He has, in the course of his documented professional history, slept at his workstation during meltdown warnings. He has eaten donuts during safety emergencies. He has, on at least one occasion, caused a nuclear incident by throwing a donut into the reactor core to see if it would grow bigger. He has a crayon lodged in his brain, the presence of which the show explicitly establishes as reducing his cognitive function. He approaches complex safety systems with the same level of intellectual engagement he brings to choosing between the chocolate and the maple glazed. He is not malicious. He is not negligent in the way that Burns is negligent, which is to say, deliberately and with full awareness of the consequences. Homer is negligent in the way that a person who genuinely does not understand what he is doing is negligent. He does not comprehend the stakes. He cannot comprehend the stakes. The crayon and the radiation and 30 years of living in Springfield have seen to that. And this is not an accident. This is strategy. When the plant was briefly sold to a group of German investors in one of the series' mid-run episodes, the first thing they did was fire Homer. The very first thing, before any other operational changes, before any assessment of the facility's finances or workforce or output, they looked at Homer Simpson and they recognized immediately that he should not be anywhere near the machinery he was responsible for operating. The second thing they did was hire a consulting firm to assess the cost of bringing the facility into compliance with basic safety standards. The estimate was so large, so catastrophically expensive, that it nearly bankrupted the new ownership before operations had properly begun. They sold the plant back to Burns in a state of financial distress. Burns bought it back. And the first thing he did when he resumed ownership was rehire Homer. Specifically, deliberately. He did not simply inherit Homer as part of the plant's workforce. He sought him out and put him back in the chair that the Germans had been so quick to empty. Because Burns understands something about Homer that the Germans understood too late. Homer's incompetence is an asset. A competent safety inspector in that facility would shut it down within a week. A competent safety inspector would look at the 342 violations and the gum-patched cooling towers and the skeletons in the basement and the luminous rats and the plutonium paperweight and understand with perfect clarity what they were looking at and what the law required them to do about it. Homer looks at all of those things and thinks about donuts. And because Homer thinks about donuts, the plant keeps running, the violations keep accumulating, and Burns keeps collecting the revenue generated by a facility that has never, in its entire operational history, been brought into compliance with the safety standards that exist for the explicit purpose of preventing what the plant has been doing to Springfield for decades. Blinky the fish appeared in Season 2. A three-eyed fish pulled from the river near the power plant by local fishermen, examined on local news, eventually held up as campaign evidence by a gubernatorial candidate who argued, not unreasonably, that a fish with a third eye was the kind of thing that should give voters pause about the man who owned the facility upstream. Burns was forced by public pressure to eat the fish on live television, to demonstrate its harmlessness, to put the thing in his mouth and chew and swallow in front of an audience and insist that a three-eyed fish was perfectly normal, perfectly safe, nothing to be concerned about. The town watched. The town appeared satisfied. The candidate lost the election. And Blinky, the fish, was forgotten, the way everything in Springfield is forgotten, the way the town's municipal memory seems constitutionally incapable of retaining information that might require someone to take action. Nobody tested the water. Nobody conducted a follow-up study. Nobody from any state or federal environmental agency appeared to take samples from the river or the groundwater or the air around the plant after a fish with a third mutation appendage was pulled from a river downstream of a nuclear facility with 342 safety violations. Nobody asked the question that should have been absolutely unavoidable at that moment. If the fish have 3 eyes, what is happening to the people drinking from the same water source? The answer has been visible in every frame of the show since the first episode. You just have to know what you are looking at. Homer Simpson has a skull shape that does not correspond to any known human biological configuration. His cranium is broad and curved in a way that suggests significant structural abnormality. His jaw is pronounced, his overbite severe. His eyes bulge from his face in a way that suggests either thyroid dysfunction of an extreme variety or something else entirely. Something that has nothing to do with any known medical condition because the cause is not medical in the conventional sense. His body absorbs damage at a rate that should not be biologically possible. He has been struck by cars, electrocuted, shot, stabbed, fallen from significant heights, been detonated in various ways, been exposed to temperatures at both extremes of the survivable spectrum, and walked away from every single one of these events. His healing rate is not just fast, it is impossible. It operates outside the parameters of normal human tissue repair. Something in Homer's biology is fundamentally different from what biology is supposed to look like. Marge Simpson, same bulging eyes, same 4 fingers on each hand, hair that has defied the laws of physics and gravity for 36 years, growing straight up in a tower that no known hair product could maintain in that shape for more than a few hours, let alone decades. Marge was briefly employed at the plant herself. She was exposed to the same facility, the same documented violations, the same ambient radiation that has been emanating from those cracked cooling towers since before her children were born. And her children, Bart and Lisa and Maggie, all 3 of them born in Springfield, all 3 of them raised in Springfield, all 3 of them drinking from the same contaminated water supply and breathing the same irradiated air and sleeping under the shadow of those cooling towers every single night of their lives. Every single one of them has the same physical characteristics, the same eyes, the same skin tone, the same 4-fingered hands, the same hair that behaves in ways that hair is not supposed to behave. None of these characteristics appear in people who visit Springfield from outside. This is the detail that makes the radiation theory click into place with a sound like a key turning in a lock. When guest characters arrive in Springfield from elsewhere, when celebrities appear as themselves, when characters travel to Springfield from other parts of the fictional universe, they look different. Not slightly different, fundamentally different. Their proportions are more natural. Their features more closely approximate what human anatomy is supposed to look like. The show draws outsiders with more realistic human proportions than it draws Springfield residents. The standard explanation is that this is just the show's art style. That Springfield characters look the way they look because Matt Groening designed them that way, and guest characters look different because they are drawn to be recognizable as the specific real people they represent. This explanation is entirely valid from a production standpoint. It is also, within the internal logic of the show's universe, precisely what the radiation theory predicts. The people who live inside the contamination zone look mutated. The people who come from outside look normal. The art style and the narrative reality happen to align perfectly. Whether that alignment was intentional is a question for the writers. What it produces, regardless of intent, is a show in which the visual vocabulary of mutation and contamination is baked into the design of every character who has spent significant time in Springfield. The animals confirm it. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same bulging eyes as his owners. His proportions deviate from normal canine anatomy, in the same ways that the human characters deviate from normal human anatomy. He has been living in the Simpson house, drinking Springfield water, breathing Springfield air for 36 years. And he looks the way he looks. The same way Blinky the fish looked after however many generations of living in a river downstream from a nuclear facility with 342 unaddressed safety violations. Same cause, same effect, same contamination expressing itself through the same kind of biological alteration, just in different species, just with different specific manifestations, because the mutations adapt to the organism they are working with. Burns has always known this. The show makes this explicit through accumulation of detail across multiple episodes, spanning the entire run of the series. Burns funds private medical research. He maintains personal physicians who operate outside the normal Springfield medical system. He undergoes a weekly treatment regimen so intensive that it causes his body to emit visible light, that it allows him to survive conditions that would kill an ordinary person. That has to be administered on a precise schedule, because missing a single dose means death within 7 days. Burns understands radiation the way only someone who is personally dependent on managing its effects can understand it. He is not merely proximate to the source of Springfield's contamination. He is powered by it. His treatments involve radiation. His survival requires radiation. And he has been running a facility that irradiates the surrounding population for his entire career. Burns is the man who knows what radiation does to biological systems because radiation is what keeps his own biological system running. And because he knows, because he has the research and the resources and the pharmaceutical infrastructure to understand precisely what decades of nuclear exposure does to human tissue and human cognition and human cellular function, he also knows exactly what his plant has been doing to Springfield. He just also knows that the population of Springfield is too cognitively compromised by that same exposure to ever figure it out themselves. The crayon in Homer's brain is not the full story. We will return to that in a later section tonight, when we walk through all the implications of what Homer's brain could have been without the accumulation of damage that Springfield inflicted on it. But for now, consider just this one detail. Homer had a crayon lodged in his frontal lobe from childhood. Springfield doctors examined Homer throughout his entire life. During routine checkups and emergency visits and whatever passes for preventative care in Springfield's medical system, not one of them found a foreign object in his skull. Not one of them identified the source of his cognitive impairment. Not one of them told Homer or his family, or anyone who might have cared, that there was a piece of red crayon in this man's brain, slowly compromising his neurological function. Either the entire medical establishment in Springfield is incompetent beyond any reasonable standard of professional failure, or it is compromised. Or the answer is simpler and darker than either of those options. The answer might be that nobody in Springfield's medical system was looking. That Burns's influence extends into the healthcare infrastructure of this town, the same way it extends into its economy and its politics and its law enforcement and its municipal government. That the doctors in Springfield have been, whether through corruption or through the same cognitive damage that affects everyone else in town, reliably failing to identify the thing that is wrong with their patients. And that this failure has been serving Burns's interests for as long as the plant has been running. Springfield is not a quirky cartoon town. It is a contamination zone. Its residents are not eccentric. They are symptomatic. And the power plant that looms over their skyline, that hums and steams and occasionally glows in the dark, is not a background gag in someone else's story. It is the story. It is the cause. It is the reason that the fish have 3 eyes, and the families have 4 fingers, and the children have been 10 years old for 36 years, and the billionaire in the manor on the hill has been alive for over a century, and nobody in town can figure out why any of these things are the case. Because the same facility that produced all these symptoms also did something to the part of their brains that might otherwise have asked the question. The plant is still running tonight. The cooling towers are still steaming. The river is still flowing past the discharge pipes that the show has depicted with casual horror for 3.5 decades. And somewhere in the town downstream, Homer Simpson is asleep on his couch with a donut in his hand, dreaming the dreams of a man who has absorbed more radiation than any civilian in American fiction dreaming the same dreams he has been dreaming since the spring of 1993, in a town that has never once asked why the water tastes the way it does. We are going to talk about those dreams now. End of Section 2. Section 3. Homer's brain, the crayon, the coma, and the man he could have been. On the 1st of April 1993, something happened to Homer Simpson that the show has spent 30 years pretending did not change everything. The episode was called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show, and it was, on its surface, a fairly standard entry in the format of the clip show, one of those episodes that animated series sometimes produce when the budget is tight or the deadline is close. Episodes that string together footage from previous installments with a thin connective tissue of new material, a frame narrative that justifies the highlights reel. The premise was simple. Bart was playing April Fool's Day pranks on Homer, escalating the pranks with each iteration, the way Bart escalates everything, the way 10-year-old boys in animated sitcoms have been escalating pranks since the genre was invented. The final prank involved taking one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and placing it inside an industrial paint shaker, which is a machine designed to agitate cans of paint until the pigments inside are thoroughly mixed, and running it until the pressure inside the beer can had been built to a level that the can was structurally incapable of containing. Then putting the can back in the refrigerator for Homer to find. Homer found the can. Homer opened the can. The explosion sent him to the hospital. This is where the clip show's frame narrative intersects with something that became, in retrospect, one of the most significant plot events in the entire 36-year run of the series. Homer was lying in his hospital bed, recovering from the explosion, watching his family gathered around him the way families gather in hospitals. With that particular mixture of concern and the mild tedium that settles in when the immediate emergency has passed, but the recovery has not yet begun, he saw a vending machine across the room. He wanted a candy bar. He reached for it. The machine was top-heavy or unstable or simply operating by the particular physics of Springfield, where objects behave in whatever way serves the narrative's needs, and it tipped forward and crushed him. Homer flatlined. Not metaphorically, not as a dream sequence, not as a cutaway gag. He flatlined in a clinical sense. His heart stopped, the monitors went flat, and he entered a coma. A real coma. A documented, medically established loss of consciousness that lasted for 7 weeks. The episode ends with Homer apparently waking up. Bart confesses tearfully at his bedside that the whole thing was his fault, and Homer springs awake and strangling his son immediately. The family laughs. Homer laughs, though he mentions that he does not understand why he is laughing. The scene is played as a return to normal. The comedy resumes. The show continues. But in the final moments of that same episode, the show mentions something in passing and then never revisits it. During the coma, Homer lost 5% of his brain function. 5%. Gone, destroyed, rendered permanently non-functional by the extended period of oxygen deprivation and reduced cerebral blood flow that a coma produces. And Homer's response to learning that he is permanently brain damaged is to laugh, even though he does not know why he is laughing. And the family finds this charming. And the episode ends. The show ran for 32 more years after that moment, as if nothing had happened. Unless nothing did happen. Unless Homer never woke up at all. This is the Homer coma theory, and it is the single most popular, most thoroughly argued, most internally coherent fan theory in the history of The Simpsons. It was originally proposed on an internet forum by a user whose handle was something to the effect of a difficult name, and it has since been elaborated, refined, contested, and expanded by thousands of fans across dozens of platforms over more than 2 decades of sustained engagement. The basic premise is simple and devastating. Homer Simpson did not wake up from his coma in April of 1993. Every single episode that has aired since that date, every storyline, every character development, every guest appearance, every impossible event, every reset, every moment where consequences fail to stick, is a dream. A dream being generated by the comatose mind of a man lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General, slowly losing brain function while his family sits beside him and waits for him to open his eyes. The evidence is genuinely unsettling. Let us walk through it carefully, the way you walk through a dark house, slowly, paying attention to the corners. Before the coma, The Simpsons was a grounded show. Grounded in the relative sense, Because it was always a cartoon and always employed the tools and conventions of animated satire, but grounded in the sense that its storylines were rooted in the recognizable textures of ordinary American domestic life. Homer tried to quit drinking and found it harder than he expected. Marge found herself drawn to another man and had to examine what that attraction meant about her marriage. Lisa developed a crush on a substitute teacher and had her heart broken in the way that smart, sensitive children in unremarkable schools have their hearts broken. Bart struggled academically, came close to being held back a year, faced the institutional consequences of being the kind of student he was in the kind of school Springfield Elementary was. These were real family problems. Told through the distorting lens of satire, yes, given the particular exaggerated pitch of the show's humor, yes, but rooted in situations that real families experienced. Financial stress, marital tension, the ordinary anxieties of working-class American life in the early 1990s. After the coma, everything changed. The change was not gradual. It was not a slow drift away from the show's early tonal register. It was a seismic shift, dramatic enough that fans noticed it almost immediately and have been arguing about it ever since. Homer went to space. Not as a dream sequence, as a thing that happened within the show's narrative reality. He met God twice, face to face. He joined a secret society. He became the leader of a vigilante mob. His mother turned out to be a fugitive radical who had been living underground for decades. He befriended dozens of celebrities, traveled to dozens of countries, held hundreds of different jobs, survived physical trauma that would kill a platoon of military personnel under actual combat conditions. The show went from a grounded family sitcom to something else entirely. Something where the ordinary rules of cause and effect had been suspended. Something where Homer could do anything, go anywhere, meet anyone, survive everything, and be back on the couch the following week with no lasting memory of whatever had happened. The escalation was so dramatic that it became the central topic of Simpsons discourse for the better part of 2 decades. People spent years arguing about when the show went bad, when it lost whatever quality it had in its earlier seasons, when the writing became lazy and the plots became absurd, and the emotional core went hollow. The internet developed entire taxonomies for this decline, terms like zombie Simpsons and the Flanderization of Homer, and the shark jumping argument that located the precise moment of creative collapse in one episode or another. The coma theory offers a different reading. The Simpsons did not go bad. Homer's brain got worse. The escalating absurdity is not a symptom of declining creative quality. It is a symptom of advancing neurological deterioration in the mind generating the dream. A brain that is well oxygenated and fully functional generates coherent, grounded, realistic dreams. A brain that is slowly losing function, that has already sacrificed 5% of itself to the initial coma event and continues to deteriorate with each passing year of unconsciousness, generates dreams that are increasingly unmoored from the rules of ordinary reality. The plots get more impossible because the brain generating them is less capable of maintaining internal consistency. The guest appearances multiply because the brain is picking up fragments of ambient stimulus, voices from televisions and radios and conversations in the hospital room, and incorporating them into the dream without the coherence filters that a healthy mind would apply. The consequences stop sticking because the dreaming mind keeps resetting, cycling back to baseline between episodes because that is what dreaming minds do. Because dreams do not have continuity in the way that waking life does. Because in a dream you can watch your house burn down and wake up the next morning to find it exactly as it always was. The detail that makes the coma theory feel less like clever fan speculation and more like something the show might actually be encoding is the timing of the God conversation. 6 months before the coma episode, in the season 4 premiere, Homer had a direct face-to-face conversation with God. Not a dream sequence, not a hallucination, an actual theological encounter in which God appeared to Homer in a reasonably tangible form and they talked. And during that conversation, God told Homer something specific. He told Homer that Homer would learn the meaning of life. But not yet. God said Homer's time was coming, 6 months before the coma. God told Homer his time was nearly up, and then 6 months later, Homer's conscious life ended. The coma theory reads this as prophecy. God was not telling Homer that he would eventually understand the point of his existence in some vague spiritual sense. God was telling Homer, with the specific timing and the specific phrasing that the show chose to give the scene, that his waking life was approaching its conclusion. that there was a finite amount of time remaining before consciousness became something Homer only experienced at a remove, inside a dream, from behind the glass of an unconscious mind in a hospital room that everyone else could enter and leave freely while Homer remained fixed in place, breathing, persisting, dreaming the same family over and over across the years. The aging problem is where the coma theory achieves its most elegant explanatory power. Because every other theory about why the Simpson family does not age requires some external cause, some mechanism that acts on the characters from outside. The radiation theory requires the contamination to have specific biological effects that are not well understood even in speculative terms. The collective denial theory requires the entire population of Springfield to have agreed, consciously or not, to simply ignore the passage of time. These theories can account for the characters' unchanging ages, but they require additional explanatory machinery to do so. The coma theory explains it in one sentence, and the sentence does not require anything beyond the most basic fact of what a coma is and what it does to the mind experiencing it. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of an unconscious man. Homer's children do not age because he was not there to watch them grow. His brain cannot imagine them growing up because he has no access to the information of what growing up would look like for them. The last time he saw them, Bart was 10, and Lisa was 8, and Maggie was 1. And so, in the dream, that is what they are. That is what they will always be. For as long as the dream continues, for as long as Homer's brain retains enough function to keep the simulation running. Marge does not age because the last time Homer saw her, before the vending machine fell, she looked exactly like that. His memory of her is frozen at the moment of impact. The dream preserves her at the age she was when he lost her, when the lights went out and the hospital monitors registered the end of his conscious awareness of the world. Everyone in Springfield is preserved at the age they were in April of 1993, because that is the last reliable data Homer's brain has about them. After that date, there is no new information coming in through the normal channels of waking experience. There is only the dream, elaborating on the last known state, running simulations of a life that stopped being lived the moment the vending machine made contact. Consider what this means for the celebrity appearances. Later seasons of the show are saturated with guest appearances by famous people in a way that the early seasons were not. Hundreds of celebrities have passed through Springfield over the years, appearing in their own roles, interacting with the Simpson family, integrating themselves into the show's world with varying degrees of narrative justification. The official explanation is that The Simpsons had become culturally significant enough that appearing on it was desirable for celebrities, and the show had become successful enough that it could attract them. Which is true, which is the real-world explanation. But within the logic of the coma theory, the explanation is different. The celebrities are fragments of ambient stimulus, voices Homer hears through the fog of unconsciousness, names and sounds and fragments of media that leak into the hospital room from the television in the corner, or the radio at the nursing station, or the conversations of visitors, and that his dreaming brain grabs and incorporates into the simulation. Every celebrity who appears in Springfield is a voice that Homer heard in a hospital room, translated into a dream character by a mind that is desperate to keep the story populated and running. The show acknowledged the coma theory directly in season 34. An episode called Lisa the Boy Scout included a deliberately constructed fake deleted scene in which Homer wakes from a long coma and discovers that everything that has happened since 1993 was a dream. The scene was animated fully. It was voiced completely. It was constructed with enough production care that it was convincingly presented as a genuine piece of the episode's footage. And then the show said it was a hoax, that the scene had been leaked by hackers, that it was not real, that Homer was not in a coma. Case closed. But the fact that it was made at all says something important. The writers know the theory. They have read it. They have argued about it. They have engaged with it seriously enough to produce a fully animated version of the theory's conclusion and then shown it to their audience. And their denial was wrapped inside a scene that depicted the theory's central premise. They showed you Homer waking up. Then they told you it was a joke. And then the audience laughed, just the way Homer laughed when he was told he had permanently lost 5% of his brain function. Just the way the audience has always laughed at Springfield's most devastating revelations, because laughing is easier than sitting with what the revelation means. Al Jean, the show's longtime executive producer, addressed the coma theory publicly in 2015. He said it was not true. He dismissed it as fan speculation. What he did not do, what he carefully avoided doing in the dismissal, was address the actual evidence. He did not explain why nobody ages. He did not explain the tonal shift after season 4. He did not explain why God told Homer his time was coming 6 months before the coma. He did not explain why the show has become progressively more surreal and detached from realism across the decades, following precisely the trajectory you would expect from a dream generated by a deteriorating brain. He said it is not true, and the interviewer moved on. The fans did not move on, because the theory is not just clever, it is functional. It does what no official explanation of the show's structure has ever done. It takes every anomaly, every impossibility, every raised eyebrow moment in the show's 36-year run and provides a single, coherent framework that makes all of them make sense simultaneously. The aging freeze, the tonal shift, the celebrity flood, the increasingly cartoonish plots, the reset button, the fact that Homer can survive anything and endure anything and recover from anything because nothing is actually happening to his body. His body is in a hospital bed. Only his mind is in Springfield. And his mind cannot kill him because his mind is the one telling the story. Now consider the crayon. Because the crayon adds a layer to the coma theory that the coma theory needs in order to explain something that even the theory's most committed supporters sometimes struggle with. If Homer is dreaming, and if the dream is generated by his own unconscious mind, why does the dream contain so much suffering? Why does Homer's dream include his mother being forced to flee, and his daughter being ignored, and his family being repeatedly endangered? Why would a dreaming man construct scenarios in which the things he loves are threatened? The crayon explains it. The crayon in Homer's brain, which was established in season 12 to have been lodged there since childhood, was physically reducing his cognitive function. And in the episode where it is removed, Homer's IQ skyrockets. He becomes articulate. He becomes perceptive. He becomes capable of understanding the world around him in ways that the crayon had prevented for his entire adult life. And that clarity made him miserable. He saw Springfield for what it was. He saw his job for what it was. He understood the full weight of his circumstances, and the weight was more than he could bear. So he chose to have the crayon put back. He chose to return to the fog. If Homer is dreaming, and if the dream was generated by a mind that had a crayon in it at the time consciousness was lost, then the dream is built on a cognitive foundation that already had limited capacity for clear perception. The dream does not show Homer a paradise, because the brain generating the dream cannot construct a paradise without also generating the shadows that make the light meaningful. The brain is impaired. The dream is impaired. And the impairment produces something more honest and more painful than a simple wish fulfillment fantasy. It produces something that looks like life. Something with difficulty and loss and repeated failure and the particular texture of waking existence, because that is the only kind of dream a damaged brain can generate. And underneath all of this, underneath the coma and the crayon and the 32 years of increasingly surreal episodic adventures, there is the emotional core that makes the theory impossible to simply dismiss as a clever reading trick. The thing that the coma theory gets exactly right about Homer Simpson, regardless of whether it is literally true, is what Homer wants. What Homer has always wanted. What Homer, at his deepest and most unguarded, is fundamentally and entirely about. He wants his family. That is the whole thing. He wants Marge to still love him. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous, infuriating, wonderful 10-year-old boy. He wants Lisa to still be playing that saxophone in her room, the melancholy fragment of music drifting through the house at odd hours. He wants Maggie to still be small enough to hold against his chest, still requiring the kind of close physical protection that babies require, still the version of his youngest daughter that he can actually help by simply being there. He wants Friday night in the living room to last forever. He wants the couch and the television and the cold beer and the family all together in the house on Evergreen Terrace. In the coma, he gets it. The dream gives him exactly what he wants. His family, preserved in amber, his children, never growing up, his wife, never leaving, his life, never ending. And every impossible adventure, every surreal escalation, every time the laws of physics and consequence are suspended, is the dream being generous. Is the damaged mind of a comatose man making the story good enough to stay in? Building a world rich enough and eventful enough to keep Homer from needing to wake up? Because waking up means finding out how much time has passed. Waking up means seeing what his children actually look like now. Waking up means learning whether Marge waited. Waking up means the kind of accounting that nobody who has been asleep for 3 decades wants to perform. Or worse, not waking up at all. The coma theory does not ruin The Simpsons. It makes every episode an act of love. A dying man dreaming about his family because they are the only thing worth dreaming about. And every time the credits roll and everything resets and the same family is back on the same couch in the same house, it is not the writers resetting to default for the sake of episodic convenience. It is Homer's brain refusing to let the story end. Because if the story ends, if the dream stops, if the simulation finally crashes and runs out of the energy and the neural resources required to maintain it, then the dream dies. And in the dream dying, something else ends too. Something quieter than we want to think about, on a quiet night, with the lights down. Homer Simpson has been dreaming since April of 1993. Every episode since then is a love letter from an unconscious father to the family he cannot reach. The show will never confirm this. It will never deny it convincingly, either. The evidence is structural. It is baked into the architecture of the series itself. And it has been sitting there, patient and quiet and devastating, through every single episode that has aired in the last 32 years, waiting for someone to notice. End of Section 3. Expansion Section. A. The Simpsons Family History. Inserted after Section 1, before we go deeper into the town and its poisons, let us spend some time with the family itself. Not the family as they are now, frozen in amber, familiar to the point of invisibility, the family as they were. The family as the show constructed them in those early seasons, before the floating timeline began to accumulate the weight of its own contradictions, before the backstory started slipping forward decade by decade, before every flashback episode had to quietly pretend that the previous flashback episode did not exist or occurred in a different chronological context. Homer Simpson's early life is one of the most thoroughly documented backstories in animated television, and also one of the most internally inconsistent, and also one of the most emotionally devastating when you follow its full arc from childhood to adulthood without the softening effect of the comedy that surrounds it. He grew up in Springfield, the son of Abraham Simpson, a man the show depicts as having served in World War II, as having had a life before Homer that Homer was never fully briefed on. A man who loved his son in the specific way that men of his generation were permitted to love their children, which is to say, at a certain emotional distance, through the medium of provision and presence rather than through the direct expression of feeling. Abe was not a warm father. He was a present father. He was there, which is something, but he was there in a way that left Homer feeling the absence of something he could not quite name. He grew up without his mother, for reasons we have already examined at length. He grew up in a town that was doing things to his biology and his cognition that no one in his life recognized or acknowledged or attempted to address. He grew up with a crayon in his brain, a foreign object lodged in his frontal lobe that was physically reducing his capacity for critical thought and abstract reasoning, and which his doctors, in the compromised medical system of a town owned by the man who benefited most from Homer's cognitive limitation, never identified. He went to school. He struggled. He made friends, some of them, in the tentative way of children who are not quite sure they deserve friends. He fell in love. The falling in love is the part of Homer's story that the show has returned to most frequently, has reimagined most many times, has placed in the most different eras and against the most different cultural backdrops as the floating timeline demanded the backstory be updated. But the emotional core of it, the specific shape of what Homer felt when he first met Marge Bouvier, is consistent across every version. He saw her. He decided. In the immediate, total, uncomplicated way that people who have not learned to be cautious about love sometimes decide things, Homer Simpson looked at Marge Bouvier and determined that she was the person. Not a person he was interested in pursuing, not someone he wanted to get to know, but the person, the one. The organizing principle of the rest of his life, the thing toward which everything else would be oriented. This is either deeply romantic or deeply concerning depending on your perspective, and the show has explored both readings across its run. It is deeply romantic in the sense that Homer's love for Marge is the show's most reliable emotional constant. The thread that runs through 36 years of plots without ever being genuinely severed, the thing that Homer gets catastrophically wrong in every other area of his life somehow manages to preserve. He is faithful to her. Not always perfectly, in the sense that there have been episodes that pushed the boundary and pulled back from it, but fundamentally, in the operating system sense, Marge is the foundation. Everything is built on Marge. It is deeply concerning in the sense that the intensity and the immediacy of Homer's attachment to Marge, the specific quality of his need for her approval and presence and continued love, looks less like the healthy love of an adult who has chosen a partner, and more like the desperate clinging of a person who learned very early that the people you love leave without warning, and that the only defense against the leaving is to hold on with everything you have. Homer's love for Marge is real and enormous and genuine. It is also the love of a man who was abandoned by his mother at 6 years old and has never fully trusted that the people he loves will remain. This is not a criticism of Homer. It is an observation about the way childhood shapes people in ways they cannot see from inside the shaping. Homer is who he is because of what happened to him. The absence of his mother, the distance of his father, the radiation and the crayon and the accumulated institutional failures of a town that was actively working against his development in ways he could not identify because the damage that prevented him from identifying them was itself part of what was being done to him. He arrived at adulthood with less than most people arrive with, and he built something with what he had that is measured honestly against the materials available, a genuine achievement. Marge Bouvier grew up in Springfield too. Her family was different in texture from the Simpsons, but similar in the fundamental conditions. The Bouvier parents were present but emotionally limited in their own ways. Their aspirations for their children shaped by the particular cultural expectations of the era in which they were raising them, which, depending on which version of the backstory you are working from, could be any number of eras, the floating timeline being what it is. Her sisters, Patty and Selma, became two of the show's most persistent peripheral characters, defined primarily by their relationship to Homer, which is one of disdain so complete and so consistent that it has calcified over the years from an active emotional position into something more like a law of physics. They dislike Homer the way gravity dislikes upward movement. It requires no effort. It is simply the operating condition. Marge's defining characteristic, the one the show established in the early episodes and has never seriously deviated from, is her patience. Not patience as a passive quality, as mere tolerance, as the absence of complaint. Patient as an active practice. As the daily, deliberate choice to continue being present and engaged and emotionally available in a household that requires those things in quantities that most people would find unsustainable, Marge runs the Simpson household. She is the administrative and emotional infrastructure of a family that would collapse within 48 hours without her. Homer generates chaos, Bart propagates it, Lisa navigates it with varying degrees of success, and Marge absorbs it, processes it, converts it into the livable domestic reality that allows the family to continue functioning as a family rather than dissolving into the entropy that would otherwise claim it. The show has sometimes asked whether Marge is happy, not in the surface sense, not in the episode-level sense, where a specific event creates a specific emotional crisis that gets resolved by the end of the 42 minutes. In the deeper sense, whether the life she has built, the family she sustains, the continuous daily output of patience and organization and emotional labor that her household requires, whether any of it gives her back what she puts in, whether the satisfaction of being necessary to people who cannot do without her compensates for the question she does not quite allow herself to ask, which is whether she could have been something else, done something else, been someone who was necessary in a different way, in a way that required less self-erasure and more self-expression. The show does not answer this definitively. It approaches the question and retreats from it. As it approaches and retreats from all of its most honest questions, deflecting at the last moment into comedy or warmth or the particular resolution that leaves the emotional core of the problem intact but temporarily obscured. Marge probably loves her life. Probably loves Homer, not despite who he is, but partly because of it, because there is something in the scale and the sincerity of his devotion that meets something in her that needs meeting. But probably there is also a version of Marge Bouvier who did not become Marge Simpson, who stayed in school longer, or left Springfield, or took the opportunities she was offered before the family arrived, and needed her to stop taking opportunities and start providing them. That version of her is in the show somewhere. It shows up in episodes where Marge pursues something of her own and is briefly, fully alive in a way that the house on Evergreen Terrace doesn't quite allow on a normal day. And then the episode ends and she comes back and the house needs her and she provides what the house needs. The Simpsons family is not a tragedy. The show has always resisted that reading, pulling back from the tragic conclusion at the last minute, finding the warmth in the dysfunction, finding the love underneath the chaos. But the family contains tragedy. It contains the specific sadness of people who could have been more, but became each other's reason to be less. Homer could have been brilliant. He could have been the person the crayon removal revealed, sharp and perceptive, and capable of engaging with the world on its own terms. Marge could have been whatever the suppressed version of herself would have been. The family is real, the love is real, and the cost is also real. The specific cost that ordinary domestic life extracts from the people inside it. The particular weight of being someone's everything, when being that requires being less than your whole self. The show has been sitting with this for 36 years, not resolving it, sitting with it, which is, perhaps, the most honest thing television has ever done about family life. Now let us look at what happens to that family when you place it in a town that has been actively working against its members since before any of them were born. Expansion section. B. Springfield's Forgotten Disasters. One of the things that should disturb you about Springfield, once you have started paying attention to the right details, is how many times the town has been destroyed. Not damaged, not inconvenienced, not subjected to the kind of reversible setback that a functioning community with intact institutional memory can recover from and document and incorporate into its understanding of its own history. Actually destroyed. Sealed under a government-mandated dome. Subjected to nuclear near misses, invaded, flooded, burned, leveled and rebuilt, subjected to environmental catastrophes so complete that they should, in any town with a functioning collective memory, have fundamentally altered the way the town understood its own situation. And yet, every week Springfield is fine. Not recovering from the previous week's catastrophe. Fine. Back to baseline. The tire fire is burning at the normal rate. The nuclear plant is running at whatever level of controlled dysfunction it maintains between episodes. Homer is at his workstation or on his couch, depending on the time of day and the demands of the current storyline. The catastrophe is not referenced. The damage is not visible. The institutional response that any real community would have to a catastrophic event, the investigation and the reconstruction and the changed policies, and the unavoidable community-wide conversation about what happened and why, none of it exists. The slate is clean. The town is whole. Everything proceeds as if nothing happened. This is, on one level, simply the practical reality of episodic storytelling. Shows with reset buttons are shows where any given episode can exist without requiring the audience to have watched the previous one. The reset allows the show to be accessible to casual viewers, to run in syndication without requiring a specific watching order, to tell new stories without being constrained by the accumulated consequences of old ones. This is a valid production reason for the reset, and it is almost certainly the primary reason it exists in the show. But in a show that has been running for 36 years, in a show where the internal logic of the world has been examined with enough rigor that genuine inconsistencies become visible and meaningful, the reset requires an explanation that goes beyond production convenience. Because a town that genuinely experienced the events Springfield has experienced would not simply go back to normal without some trace of the experience. Real communities change after catastrophes. They carry scars. They build monuments or memorials or, at minimum, the kind of collective emotional knowledge that says, this thing happened here and it changed us. Springfield does none of these things. Springfield resets completely and permanently, with the smooth efficiency of a system that has been doing this for a long time and has developed exactly the infrastructure required to do it well. The dome is the most dramatic example. The United States government, in the Simpsons movie, determined that Springfield's environmental contamination had reached a level so dangerous to the surrounding region that the only available intervention was physical containment. They built a dome, a massive glass structure sealing the entire town. Every resident of Springfield was inside it when it went up. The federal government looked at Springfield and concluded that the town itself was a public health emergency requiring quarantine, that the contamination within its borders was severe enough that containment was preferable to allowing it to continue spreading outward. Springfield is officially classified as a contamination zone by the regulatory apparatus of the United States federal government. By the following episode, Springfield was not in a dome. There was no dome. There was no reference to the dome. There was no community-wide conversation about what it meant that the federal government had sealed their town. There was no investigation into the contamination that justified the sealing. There was no political accountability for the people responsible for creating conditions so severe that a dome was the EPA's preferred solution. There was no Homer dealing with the psychological aftermath of having almost gotten his family killed by puncturing the dome to escape. There was nothing. The dome was gone. The episode was gone. Springfield was fine. This is the show's most extreme reset. The most complete erasure of a consequence so large and so specific and so federally documented that its absence from subsequent episodes is not just a narrative convenience. It is evidence of the thing we discussed when we talked about the Tamzarian episode. It is evidence of the mechanism. The dome happened. The community absorbed it. And then the community made the collective decision, the implicit vote, the unspoken agreement that operates beneath the surface of every subsequent episode, that the dome was not part of Springfield's official history, that the contamination that justified it was not something that needed to be examined, that the federal classification of their town as an environmental hazard was a detail that did not survive into the next week's installment of their collective reality. Springfield forgot the dome the same way it forgot Blinky, the same way it forgot the human skeletons in the basement of the power plant, the same way it forgot the 342 safety violations, and the gum-patched cooling towers, and the plutonium paperweight, and the luminous rats, and every other piece of evidence that has been accumulating for 36 years in the background of the show's episodes, visible to anyone paying the right kind of attention, ignored by everyone who lives inside the town where it is happening. There is a pattern in how Springfield manages its own history that becomes visible once you know what you are looking for. The pattern is not random forgetting. It is not the mere absence of continuity that any long-running episodic show accumulates through the natural drift of production. It is selective. The things that are forgotten are the things that would require the most significant change if they were remembered. The things that are remembered are the things that can be accommodated without disturbing the fundamental structure of life in Springfield. The town remembers personalities and relationships and the accumulated texture of daily life. It forgets catastrophes and contamination, and the documented evidence of institutional failure and corruption. The forgetting is not uniform, it is targeted. It takes out the things that would demand action if they were present, and it leaves behind the things that require only tolerance. This is not the forgetting of damaged brains. This is the forgetting of a community that has learned, through whatever combination of radiation and denial and collective interest, and the particular social pressure of living in close proximity to people who are all invested in the same fiction, to curate its own history, to keep only the version that can be sustained, to excise the version that would require the town to look up at those cooling towers and ask the question that none of them can afford to ask. The Springfield nuclear power plant has been operating for the entirety of the show's run. Its violations have accumulated. Its contamination has spread. Its safety inspector has thrown things into the reactor core and fallen asleep during meltdown warnings and caused dozens of documented incidents that in any regulatory environment with actual teeth would have resulted in the permanent closure of the facility and the prosecution of everyone involved in its operation. The plant keeps running. Springfield keeps forgetting. Burns keeps glowing in the dark and surviving everything and accumulating more wealth and more influence and more institutional protection against the day when someone might finally decide to look at all the evidence in one place. That day has not come. The show has run 36 seasons, and it has not come. And the reason it has not come, the reason the town keeps forgetting and the violations keep accumulating and the fish keep growing additional eyes in the downstream water, is the reason that all of Springfield's mysteries have the same answer at their core. The plant already made sure they can't. Expansion Section C, the secondary cast, and their impossible lives. Springfield is not just The Simpsons. The show has populated its town with dozens of recurring characters, each one the protagonist of their own implied story, each one carrying their own impossible situation with the same cheerful or resigned or baffled acceptance that Springfield's main characters carry theirs. When you look at the secondary cast through the lens of the theories we have been exploring, what you find is that the contamination and the denial and the institutional corruption are not limited to the family at the center. They permeate everything. Every corner of Springfield is exhibiting the same symptoms. The diagnosis is town-wide. Chief Clancy Wiggum runs Springfield's police force. He is corrupt in the specific way that small-town law enforcement has always been capable of being corrupt, not through dramatic villainy, but through the comfortable accommodation of power, through the preferential treatment of the people who have enough influence to make his life easier when he cooperates with them and more difficult when he does not. Burns's interests are served by the Springfield Police Department with a reliability that does not require overt instruction. Wiggum does not need to be told to look the other way. He has been doing it for long enough that looking the other way is simply the shape of his professional practice. He is the product of the same environment as everyone else in Springfield, the same water and the same air and the same decades of ambient institutional culture that tells you the plant runs the town and the town runs on the plant, and the plant needs a police force that understands the difference between the violations worth investigating and the violations worth adding to the list. His son Ralph is one of the most interesting background characters in the show's history because Ralph is what happens when you apply the full pressure of Springfield's environment to a child who does not have the defenses that the Simpsons children developed. Ralph is sweet. Ralph is guileless. Ralph says things that are so unexpected and so disconnected from the normal patterns of conversational exchange that the show plays them for comedy. The comedy of a child who does not understand social context, who answers questions with responses that reveal a thought process fundamentally differently organized than the surrounding consensus. Ralph is not stupid. He is operating by rules that the rest of Springfield does not share, processing experience through a framework that produces outputs the community around him cannot predict. Whether this is the product of the same radiation that has expressed itself differently in different people, or the result of growing up in a household shaped by Wiggum's particular relationship to authority and consequence, or something else entirely, Ralph exists in Springfield as a kind of canary, a character whose strangeness is visible and normalized simultaneously, the way all of Springfield's strangeness is visible and normalized simultaneously. Krusty the Clown is the town's primary entertainer and one of its most thoroughly broken secondary characters. A man who became a children's television host because it was the path of least resistance from an abusive relationship with his father's religious expectations, who has spent decades doing a job he did not choose in a persona that is not his own, who medicates the specific despair this produces with substances and gambling, and the company of people who are attracted to his success in ways that are not distinguishable from attraction to him as a person, because Krusty himself cannot make that distinction anymore. He has been playing Krusty for so long that he does not know where Krusty ends and Herschel Kristofsky begins. The costume has become the person. The persona has consumed the self. And Springfield keeps watching the show and buying the merchandise and demanding more. Because Krusty is Springfield's entertainment infrastructure, the way Burns is Springfield's electrical infrastructure, essential and exploitative, and not easily replaced because the town has organized its cultural life around him, the way it has organized its economy around Burns. Apu Nahasapi Mapatilon runs the Quick E-Mart. He has been there every day for 36 years, every hour, in the shop that never closes, that has been robbed an impossible number of times, and has survived everything, including at least one direct structural collapse and several catastrophic incidents involving the various unsafe products that the franchise apparently stocks. Without regulatory oversight, Apu has a specific quality that the show rarely examines directly, but which the cumulative evidence of his appearances suggests. He is trapped. He is trapped by his circumstances in Springfield, by the financial and social and immigration-related constraints that make leaving impossible or prohibitively costly. By the way, the town has come to rely on his constant presence in a way that makes his absence feel like a service failure rather than a person exercising a choice. He is part of Springfield's infrastructure, not its industrial infrastructure, like the plant, its social infrastructure. The Quickie Mart is where Springfield's residents go at all hours for all the things that a convenience store provides, and Apu is the Quickie Mart, and the Quickie Mart is therefore Apu, and neither of them is going anywhere. The town has built itself around him, and the building prevents movement. Mo Sislak runs a bar that has been serving Springfield's most dedicated drinkers for as long as the show has been running. Mo is the show's most sustained portrait of loneliness, a man whose deepest wish is simple human connection of a kind, that his circumstances and his personality, and the particular way his life has arranged itself, have conspired to make consistently unavailable. He is kind in moments when no one is watching, and bitter in moments when everyone is. He answers the phone and responds to prank calls with violence, which is either the behavior of a man with very little patience for this particular form of humiliation, or, if you follow the running gag to its logical conclusion, the behavior of a man who has been receiving the same prank calls from the same child for 36 years, and whose continued engagement with them reveals something about his relationship to the only reliable form of attention he receives. Even negative attention is attention. Even Bart's voice on the other end of the phone is a voice. Even the moment of being made a fool in front of his regulars is a moment of being seen. Springfield's secondary cast is not just comic filler, it is a document, a comprehensive record of what happens to ordinary people in a community where the institutions that are supposed to protect them have been compromised for longer than they have been alive. Wiggum enforces selectively because that is how police enforcement works in a town owned by a billionaire. Krusty performs a persona because the alternative required a confrontation with his father that the town's religious and social structures made impossible. Apu remains because leaving requires resources the town's economy does not provide to people in his position. Mo drinks alone in his own bar because the loneliness is Springfield's most consistent product, the one thing the power plant and the corruption and the collective denial reliably generate in the people who live downstream. Every character in Springfield is a case study in the specific damages of this specific environment, and the environment is the same for all of them. The water, the air, the tower in the distance, the man on the hill, the safety inspector at his donut, the family on the couch, the loop that holds them all. Expansion section D. Homer's mythology. The jobs, the adventures, the 1,000 lives. There is a list somewhere, probably maintained by a devoted fan with a spreadsheet and a commitment to documentation that the show's own writers may not match, of all the jobs that Homer Simpson has held across the show's 36-year run. The list is extraordinary. Not in its length, though the length is extraordinary, in its range. In the sheer categorical diversity of occupations that a single person has been depicted as pursuing within the fictional universe of this show, occupations that span every industry and every skill level and every conceivable social context, from the most mundane to the most implausible, from fry cook to astronaut, from garbage commissioner to mob enforcer, from country music star to boxing promoter, from food critic to missionary. Homer has been, at various points across the series, a musician, a police officer, a missionary, a professional bowler, a beer baron, a food inspector, a faith healer, a college student, a military officer, an internet entrepreneur, a mayor, a snowplow operator, a social media influencer, a monorail conductor, a bodyguard, a boxer, a chef, a cartoonist, an inventor, an actor, and dozens of other things that the episode format allowed him to be for 22 minutes before the reset returned him to the safety inspector's chair at the Springfield nuclear power plant. Under the coma theory, this is explained completely and with emotional logic. A man in a coma is given access to infinite lives. His dreaming brain can try every version of existence that waking life would never have permitted him to inhabit. It can make him an astronaut, and then a boxer, and then a country star, and then a mob figure, and then a snowplow operator, because the dream has no consequences, no resource constraints, no social friction that prevents radical occupation change. The same brain that cannot allow Homer to age or his children to grow can allow him to be anything, to do anything, to live out every fantasy of alternative existence, that the crayon and the radiation and the 36 years of working in Sector 7G prevented him from pursuing in the real world. The adventures are the same. Homer has traveled to dozens of countries. He has met heads of state. He has been to space. He has been to the bottom of the ocean. He has encountered supernatural entities and historical figures and celebrities and animals of every description and environments from the Arctic to the tropics. He has done all of this while remaining a man with no significant financial resources, no particular skills that would gain him access to these environments, and no apparent mechanism by which the transitions from Springfield domestic life to international adventure are accomplished. The dream does not need a mechanism, the dream just needs the desire. Under the radiation theory, Homer's extraordinary resilience during all these adventures is explained differently. His body has been so altered by decades of proximity to nuclear material that the normal rules of biological fragility do not apply. He falls from great heights and walks away. He absorbs impacts that would kill ordinary people and recovers in the time it takes the episode to cut to the next scene. He eats things that should be toxic, experiences temperatures that should be fatal, endures circumstances that should leave permanent damage, and all of it slides off him with the specific elasticity of a body that has been fundamentally reorganized at the cellular level by whatever the plant's runoff has done to him across 3 decades of exposure. Either explanation works. Both explanations work simultaneously, which is one of the things that makes the show's construction genuinely impressive from a theoretical standpoint. The coma theory and the radiation theory are not mutually exclusive. A man who was exposed to radiation from childhood and who fell into a coma as an adult might dream with the specific indestructibility that the radiation provided while the dreaming mind elaborated on it. The adventures are real in the dream, and the invincibility is real in the body, and the two things feed each other in the particular way that all of Springfield's impossibilities feed each other, each one supporting the others, the whole system held together by the consistency of its own internal logic, even as it violates every external standard of narrative realism. The jobs matter for another reason too. They establish the range of Homer's latent capability. Every time he takes a new job and succeeds at it, or succeeds at it just enough to demonstrate that he could have succeeded more fully with more support and more opportunity, the show is sketching the outline of the person Homer could have been. The person he was briefly, in the episode where the crayon was removed, articulate, perceptive, capable of engaging with the world on its own complex terms, able to understand the architecture of his own life clearly enough to see who put it together and why. All of that is still in Homer. Under the crayon, under the radiation, under the accumulated cognitive damage of 36 years of living in a contaminated town that needed him to be exactly this limited in exactly this way, the jobs keep showing you the edges of the capability. The reset keeps burying them. But the edges are there. The capacity is real. And every time the show briefly lets Homer be something more, it is showing you what Burns took from him when he was 6 years old and his mother had to run. Expansion Section E, Burns Across History. 1 man's century and a half. There is something that happens when a character has been alive for 150 years that the show has never quite had time to fully explore, but which surfaces in fragments across dozens of episodes if you are paying the right kind of attention, a specific quality of temporal displacement, of being a person for whom the present is always, somehow, slightly beside the point, because the present is just the latest in a series of presents that stretches so far back that the concept of living in the now requires constant conscious effort rather than coming naturally. Burns references the past in ways that reveal the scope of his experience. He has attended the premiere of Edison's talking pictures. He has tasted foods that have been extinct as culinary traditions for decades. He has met people who are in history books now, who were contemporary figures when he encountered them, who existed in the ordinary dimensional space of people you see at events and interact with, rather than in the elevated abstract space of historical significance. His memory of Howard Hughes is the memory of someone who knew Howard Hughes, not the memory of someone who has read about Howard Hughes. The texture of familiarity in his references to the distant past is the texture of personal experience rather than received knowledge. What this means for Burns psychologically, if the show ever paused long enough to examine it, is something that the 150-year lifespan has probably produced, but that the comedy format has never required him to articulate. He has outlived everything, not just individual people, though he has outlived thousands of people, entire generations of people who were born and lived full lives and died while Burns was still in the middle of whatever decade he happened to be in at the time. He has outlived institutions. He has outlived the social structures that shaped him. He has outlived the economic system he came up in, which has been replaced by the economic system he helped create, which has itself been modified and extended in ways that he has had to adapt to without the comfort of having been formed by them. He has outlived cultural contexts. The references that shaped his personality, the humor and the social expectations, and the behavioral norms of the era in which he developed his adult identity, these are not references that anyone around him shares. He makes jokes that require knowledge of events from the 1890s. He uses phrases that were standard idiom in the 1920s. He references cultural figures who died before anyone currently alive in Springfield was born. Not because he is out of touch in the way that elderly people can be out of touch with contemporary culture, but because he is operating from a genuinely different temporal vantage point. He has been alive long enough that his native cultural context is historically remote from everyone else's. The loneliness of this, if Burns experiences it as loneliness, is not the ordinary loneliness of social isolation. It is the loneliness of temporal isolation. Of being a person whose memories start in a world that is now accessible only through museums and archives, and the memories of no one currently living. Of carrying knowledge and perspective, and the specific textures of experience from eras that everyone else knows only as history, if they know them at all. Of watching the world change so many times over such an extended period that the concept of change itself has become a phenomenon you observe rather than a condition you inhabit. Burns is alone in Springfield in a way that has nothing to do with the quality of his relationships. He is alone the way a visitor from a genuinely different world is alone. He arrived here from somewhere so far back in time that the distance between his origin point and the current moment is greater than the entire history of most of the institutions he operates within. He built his empire before most of those institutions existed. He has been watching them operate and change and adapt around him for longer than they have been watching him. He understands them the way someone who has seen the blueprints understands the building, from the inside out, from the structural logic up through the visible surface, rather than from the presented surface down to the hidden structure. And he uses that understanding. He has always used it. 150 years of watching how power works in human communities produces a particular kind of sophistication about the points of leverage and the structural vulnerabilities and the specific ways that institutional resistance can be converted into institutional accommodation. Burns has been applying that sophistication to Springfield for longer than Springfield has been Springfield in its current form. He is not just a wealthy man in a position of power. He is a wealthy man who has spent more time than any other living person studying exactly how power positions are built and maintained and defended. He has the advantage of experience in a quantity that simply cannot be replicated by anyone who has been alive for a normal human span of years. The weekly treatment keeps his body functional. His memory keeps his advantage intact, and Smithers keeps the schedule that prevents both from lapsing. Section 4. Who really shot Mr. Burns? Reopening the case. The summer of 1995 was the summer that The Simpsons became something America had not encountered before. Not just a popular television show, not just a well-reviewed animated series, a national puzzle, a mystery, a cultural event with its own dedicated hotline, its own tie-in special on America's Most Wanted, its own contest that invited viewers to submit their answers and promised to animate the winner into a future episode. It was the summer of Who Shot Mr. Burns. And it was, in retrospect, one of the most ambitious things that network television attempted in the decade. A genuine whodunit constructed across 2 episodes, separated by an entire summer of waiting, designed with enough internal consistency that the creators believed it was solvable from the evidence provided in Part 1 alone. The mystery was this: Mr. Burns had, across the 25th episode of Season 6, done the things that Mr. Burns does, which is to say he had done everything possible to make himself the most hated man in Springfield, and then he had gone further. He had stolen the oil well discovered beneath Springfield Elementary, gutting the school's operating budget in a single administrative maneuver. He had driven Moe's Tavern into bankruptcy through financial manipulation. He had created a sinkhole that destroyed the Springfield retirement castle, displacing its elderly residents without alternative arrangements. He had injured Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, during the construction of his latest scheme because Burns does not observe the distinction between obstacles and living creatures. And for his finale, the capstone to this particular season of villainy, he had constructed a device, a massive mechanical sun-blocking disc, positioned it in Springfield's sky, and used it to prevent sunlight from reaching the town. Not metaphorically. Not as a threat. Actually, Burns literally stole the sun from Springfield so that every resident would be forced to purchase their electricity from his power plant, the only source of power in a town that had just been plunged into perpetual artificial twilight. By the end of the episode, every single person in Springfield had a motive. The show had been meticulous about this, taking its time to establish reasons for dozens of characters to want Burns dead or at least significantly incapacitated. Homer, because Burns could never remember his name despite Homer working for him for years, a humiliation that had finally escalated to a confrontation in Burns's office in which Homer had lost his temper in a way that was caught on security camera. Bart and Lisa, because the school had lost its funding and the programs they cared about had been canceled. Grandpa, because the retirement home had been destroyed. Groundskeeper Willie, because he had lost his job in the resulting chaos. Tito Puente, because Burns had canceled the jazz program. Mo, because his bar had been bankrupted. Even Smithers, Burns's own devoted assistant, who had been fired on the spot when he protested the sun-blocking plan, who had then descended into a spiral of alcoholic misery, everyone. The show gathered everyone in a public meeting to confront Burns, and the tension in that scene was constructed with enough care that multiple characters were visibly holding weapons. Then Burns collapsed. A single gunshot wound. He staggered onto the town sundial and fell, his hands landing on two specific letters, W and S. Or, from Burns's perspective, upside down, M and S. The ambulance took him away. The screen went dark. America had to wait an entire summer to find out who pulled the trigger. The answer, when it came in Part 2 in September of 1995, was Maggie Simpson. According to Burns's account upon waking from his coma, he had encountered Maggie in the parking lot after the town meeting. He had attempted to take her lollipop, because that is the kind of thing Burns does when he encounters small children and their confections, because everything he sees is a resource to be appropriated. In the struggle, his gun fell from its holster. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was shot. The sundial indicated M and S. Maggie Simpson? Case closed. Except the case was never actually closed. The evidence that supposedly proved Maggie's guilt does not hold together when you examine it carefully, and the more carefully you examine it, the more you realize that the official answer to the most carefully constructed mystery in the history of this show might be the most elaborate misdirection the writers ever attempted. Let us start with the contest. Fox invited viewers across America to submit their guesses. The prize was significant, to be animated into a future episode of the show. Thousands of entries were submitted. According to the DVD commentary recorded by the episode's writers, not a single person from the randomly selected sample of contest entries guessed the correct answer. Nobody won. The person who received the prize was chosen at random from the pool, and because they had not guessed correctly, they received a cash payment instead of the promised appearance. The writers were aware of one person who had posted the correct answer online on the night the first episode aired, but this person was using a college internet account that had become inactive by the time the contest concluded. They could not find them. They even issued a public invitation for this person to come forward. As far as anyone knows, they never did. Think about what this means. The show's creators designed a mystery, promoted it as solvable from the evidence provided in Part 1, ran a national contest around it, and then discovered that essentially no one could solve it from the available clues. Either the evidence was insufficient, the red herrings were more effective than the genuine clues, or the answer did not follow logically from the evidence the way the writers believed it did when they constructed it. Any of these explanations is troubling from the perspective of a fair mystery, and all of them leave the question of guilt genuinely unresolved. Now look at the clues themselves. Burns fell on the sundial. His hands pointed to letters that could be read as M and S for Maggie Simpson, or as W and S, which points to a different set of suspects entirely. The show presents the M and S reading as definitive, as the evidence that sealed the case. But Burns himself, when he woke up and identified his attacker, stated clearly and on the record that his hands falling on those letters was not intentional. He was not trying to spell out his attacker's initials. He fell. His arms landed where they landed. The sundial clue, the single piece of physical evidence most central to the show's stated conclusion, was explicitly and canonically described by the victim as a coincidence. The central evidence of the case is meaningless according to the person it was supposedly a message from. Then there is the gun. Burns carried a pistol in a holster. Before the shooting, the holster was shown to be empty. The gun was already missing from Burns's person before the attack. This matters because it means that whoever shot Burns did not bring their own weapon. They used Burns's own gun, which they had obtained somehow before the confrontation in the parking lot. This changes the profile of the shooter significantly. Most of the characters who had gathered at the town meeting to confront Burns were carrying their own weapons. They came prepared for violence. They brought guns and bats and whatever other instruments of confrontation seemed appropriate for a public meeting about the man who had stolen the sun. The person who shot Burns was someone who did not come prepared to shoot anyone, who encountered Burns's gun by chance or by opportunity, and who used it impulsively. That profile fits a baby who found a gun on the ground. It also fits a dozen other characters who were not armed that night. Burns's last words before the shooting were, "Oh, it's you." He recognized his attacker. He was not surprised by who he saw. He was not afraid of this person in the moment before they shot him. He said, "Oh, it's you," the way you might greet a familiar acquaintance unexpectedly encountered, someone you know, someone you have history with, someone whose presence in that parking lot at that moment does not alarm you, even though it perhaps should. Does Mr. Burns recognize Maggie Simpson? Has he ever, in the canonical history of the show, had a meaningful interaction with her prior to this event? The show does not establish a prior relationship between Burns and Maggie. Burns barely registers Homer's existence, despite Homer working directly for him for years. The idea that Burns would see a baby in a parking lot and say, "Oh, it's you," in a tone of mild recognition, rather than confusion, does not track with a man whose relationship to the people around him is characterized above all else by their interchangeability. But the phrase fits other characters perfectly. It fits Homer, for whom Burns has a complicated and fraught professional relationship, who had confronted Burns in his office that very day in a confrontation captured on security camera, whose presence in a parking lot late at night after a town meeting would not be surprising in the slightest. It fits Marge, whose brief employment at the plant gave Burns occasion to develop a personal interest in her. It fits Smithers, who was not just an employee but Burns's closest companion, who had been fired that day, who knew every detail of Burns's schedule and movements and personal habits, who would be precisely the last person Burns would expect to be a threat, and therefore precisely the person Burns might greet without alarm. The DNA evidence pointed to a Simpson. An eyelash found on Burns's suit was analyzed and matched to a Simpson family member. This was the evidence that shifted suspicion from the dozens of other candidates to Homer and eventually to Maggie. But DNA evidence only tells you which family member. It does not tell you which family member. And the Simpson family has 4 members old enough to generate an eyelash that could end up on Burns's clothing in the context of a close physical encounter. Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa all had motives, all had opportunity, all had reasons to be in proximity to Burns on the night of the shooting. The DNA narrowed the field to the Simpsons. It did not narrow it to Maggie. In season 18, Homer casually mentioned that he was the one who shot Burns. He said it out loud, on camera, in the middle of a different conversation, and nobody reacted. Nobody investigated. Nobody reopened the case. Homer confessed to the attempted murder of the richest man in Springfield in what was treated as a throwaway line, and then the episode moved on. Either Homer was lying for attention, which is entirely within his documented behavioral range, or the original verdict was wrong, and Homer knows it because he is the one who actually pulled the trigger. And if Homer did it, then Maggie was framed. A baby was blamed for a crime committed by her father. And the evidence that supposedly proved it, the DNA, the sundial, the testimony of a man who had just regained consciousness after being shot and spending time in a coma, was either manufactured, misinterpreted, or both. There is also the Marge theory. A Reddit user put forward what is actually a surprisingly well-supported case that Marge was the real shooter. The strongest element of the argument is Burns's protective behavior after waking up. Burns was in love with Marge, established canonically in the episode Marge Gets a Job, in which he became infatuated with her during her brief employment at the plant. He pursued her. He had complicated feelings about her. And if Burns woke up from the hospital and remembered who had shot him, and if that person was Marge, the woman he had been infatuated with, then his behavior on waking makes a different kind of sense. He pointed at the sundial. He indicated Maggie. He let the ambiguity resolve in Maggie's favor rather than naming the woman he could not bring himself to have prosecuted. He took the bullet, both literally and figuratively, and chose to protect the person who fired it. Chief Wiggum sealed the case when Burns named Maggie by noting that no jury in the world would convict a baby. Except maybe Texas, he added, in what was either a regional insult or a piece of actual jurisprudential wisdom. The point was that Maggie could be named as the shooter without consequences. She could be the answer without anyone being punished. A baby cannot be tried. A baby cannot be imprisoned. A baby cannot even meaningfully understand the accusation being leveled at her. If someone in a position of influence wanted to protect the real shooter, blaming Maggie was the cleanest possible solution. The perfect fall guy. Too young to deny the accusation. Too young to be punished for it. Too young to remember it clearly enough to say otherwise. The alternate endings confirm that the writers themselves were not fully committed to the Maggie answer when they constructed it. A complete alternate conclusion was animated, fully voiced, fully produced, in which Smithers is revealed as the real shooter. This ending was shown in the show's own clip show format and then dismissed, but its existence, the care and completeness with which it was constructed, tells you something about the writers' relationship to their own official answer. They built a different answer that worked just as well. They animated it. They showed it to the audience while technically denying it. And the line used to dismiss it, a joke that directly referenced the O.J. Simpson trial and the practice of ignoring DNA evidence, was the show winking at you. It was the show saying, explicitly, in a format where it could maintain deniability because the line was comedic, that ignoring evidence happens, that official answers are not always the right ones, and that the conclusion a jury reaches and the conclusion that is actually true are not always the same thing. The show is still winking. The case is still open. The greatest mystery in Simpsons history was not solved. It was closed. And in Springfield, those are two very different things. End of Section 4. Section 5. Mr. Burns and the Architecture of Immortality. There is a man in Springfield who remembers the Spanish-American War. Not from books, not from history class, not from the faded documentaries that pass for historical instruction in whatever constitutes Springfield's educational system. He remembers it the way you remember things you were actually present for. He has personal recollections of events that occurred before the turn of the 20th century. He has told stories set in the early 1900s as though he experienced them as a young adult, which means he was born sometime in the 1880s, possibly the 1870s, possibly earlier. Depending on which episode you are referencing and how liberally you are interpreting the show's deliberately inconsistent continuity, by the most conservative estimate, Charles Montgomery Burns is over 120 years old. By the most generous reading of the show's timeline, he might be approaching 150. He has been alive, continuously, across 2 world wars, the Great Depression, the Cold War, the entire digital revolution, the entirety of American pop culture as a coherent concept, and at least 36 years of animated satire in which he serves as the primary antagonist. He has survived all of it, and he is not merely surviving in the way that very old men survive, diminished and fragile and reliant on the care of others for the basic tasks of daily existence. Burns is surviving at a level of cognitive function and strategic capability that most people never achieve regardless of age. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation. He manipulates municipal and state politics with the ease of someone who has been doing it for so long that the mechanisms of power are as familiar as breathing. He orchestrates schemes that require sustained planning, long-term thinking, a working knowledge of modern finance and modern law and modern technology, and an intuitive grasp of human psychology sophisticated enough to exploit the weaknesses of dozens of different people across dozens of different episodes. His body is frail, yes. His physical strength is essentially non-existent, to a degree that the show has played for comedy many times most famously in the sequence where Burns is described as having the exact maximum number of diseases a human body can harbor simultaneously while remaining technically alive. But his mind is razor sharp. Burns is, in terms of raw cognitive capability and strategic intelligence, arguably the most formidable mind in Springfield. And he has been operating at that level for longer than any human being should be capable of sustained consciousness. The show addresses his longevity directly in the Springfield Files episode, which we have touched on earlier in the context of the radiation theory, but which deserves more attention here in the context of Burns specifically. Homer encounters Burns in the woods near Springfield and mistakes him for an alien. The context for this encounter is that Burns has just completed his weekly medical treatment, a treatment so intensive, so loaded with experimental pharmaceuticals and what is described as some form of radiation therapy, that it causes Burns's body to emit a visible green glow. Not a metaphor, not a figure of speech. Burns glows in the dark after his weekly treatment. His body becomes luminous. He wanders out of the facility in a state of chemical euphoria, stumbling through the woods with the disoriented calm of someone who has just been heavily medicated in ways that the average person has no frame of reference for. And because he glows, because he moves with the strange, unhurried grace of someone whose perception of the world has been fundamentally altered by whatever is in the weekly injection, Homer looks at him and thinks alien. The implications of this treatment are staggering, and the show walks past them without pausing, because the show walks past all of its most staggering implications without pausing. Burns's survival is not natural. He is not alive because his body maintains itself through normal biological processes. He is alive because there is a weekly intervention happening, administered on a precise schedule, without which he dies. The margin for error in Burns's survival is essentially zero. One missed treatment and he is dead within 7 days. His life is maintained the way a machine is maintained, through scheduled servicing, through regular infusions of whatever chemical and radiologic, but time is required to keep his particular biology functional for another week. And the treatment involves radiation? Of course it does. The man whose facility has been contaminating Springfield's water supply with radioactive material for decades is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure to sustain his own biological functions. Burns does not merely profit from radiation, Burns runs on it. His body has been so fundamentally altered by his century and a half of proximity to nuclear material, first in whatever early forms he encountered it in his long life and then through the direct management of a nuclear power plant, that it can no longer sustain itself through ordinary cellular processes. It requires external radiation input the way a normal human body requires food and water and sleep and the ordinary biochemical inputs of daily existence. Take it away and Burns dies within a week. This explains the Three Stooges syndrome. In one of the most quoted and most beloved scenes in the series, Burns visits a doctor who delivers one of the most improbably delivered diagnoses in the history of medicine, as depicted in popular culture. Burns has every disease. Every disease known to medical science is present in his body simultaneously. Cancer, tuberculosis, 17 rare viruses that the medical literature describes as extinct. Conditions that have not been seen in clinical practice in decades, all of them present in Burns's system at the same time. The doctor explains that this should be impossible, that no body can contain this many simultaneous pathological processes. And yet Burns's diseases exist in a state of perfect equilibrium, each one canceling out the progress of the others, creating what the doctor describes as biological gridlock. 3 people trying to squeeze through a doorway at once. None of them can move forward. The gridlock is what keeps Burns alive, because every disease that should kill him is being blocked by every other disease that should also kill him. This is played as absurdist comedy, and it works magnificently as absurdist comedy. But it also, if you bring the radiation theory to bear on it, makes a terrifying kind of sense. Burns's diseases are not being held in equilibrium by any natural process. The weekly radiation treatments are doing it. The treatments do not cure him. They do not eliminate the pathogens and the cellular dysfunction and the accumulated biological damage of a century and a half of existence. They manage it, they maintain the balance. They act like control rods in a nuclear reactor, modulating the rate of reaction, preventing any single destructive process from gaining enough momentum to cause a meltdown. Burns's body is the reactor. His weekly treatments are the scheduled maintenance that prevents critical failure. Miss one appointment and the equilibrium collapses. Without the treatments moderating the balance, every disease will surge forward simultaneously, and Burns will die not from any single cause, but from everything at once. A catastrophic biological cascade failure of every system in his body failing in concert. Smithers is the only person who fully understands this. This is the truth underneath the devotion that the show depicts as almost comically complete. Smithers's servility pushed so far beyond normal professional loyalty that it reads as obsession, as something closer to a compulsion than a job. Smithers manages Burns's schedule. Smithers ensures that Burns makes every weekly appointment. Smithers monitors Burns's physical condition with a vigilance that the show repeatedly depicts as bordering on the obsessive. And if Smithers is absent, if something removes him from his position, Burns becomes immediately helpless. Not emotionally helpless in the sentimental sense, but physically helpless in the operational sense. Without Smithers managing the treatment logistics, Burns misses a dose. Without a dose, the equilibrium collapses. Without the equilibrium, all the diseases come through the door at once. Smithers is not devoted to Burns out of love alone, though the show has depicted something that functions like love in their relationship with more complexity and more genuine tenderness than most of the show's critics have credited. Smithers is devoted to Burns because he knows that his absence is a death sentence. He has been entrusted with the information about Burns's medical protocol. He understands the stakes of that protocol failing. He cannot leave because leaving means Burns dies. He stays because staying is the only thing that keeps the most powerful man in Springfield alive. And that knowledge, that awareness that his continued presence is literally life-sustaining, is the foundation of their entire dynamic. Burns needs Smithers the way his body needs the weekly treatment. Not as an emotional comfort, as a maintenance requirement. Burns's connection to historical events adds another dimension to the immortality question. The show has depicted Burns referencing or recounting personal experiences from an extraordinary range of historical moments across more than a century. He knew Howard Hughes, he attended Yale, he served in World War II, though his service was characterized by the show as having been on the morally questionable side of several significant decisions. He stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government during the war and hid it for decades, which is an act that raises questions about both his access to federal property during wartime and his capacity for long-term secrecy that go far beyond what the episode devoted to this storyline has time to address. He has referenced the Gilded Age not as a historical period he learned about, but as a personal experience, something he lived through, something he has opinions about based on first-hand knowledge. His family's wealth predates the Industrial Revolution. The Burns dynasty is one of the oldest continuously powerful lineages in American history, the kind of wealth that is old enough that its origins are not in individual enterprise, but in the structures of land ownership and resource extraction that predate the nation itself. The Burnses were not people who became wealthy in America. They were people who helped build the mechanisms through which wealth in America was accumulated and maintained, and they have been at or near the top of those mechanisms ever since. Not because of luck, not because of talent in the conventional sense, because of continuity. Because someone in the Burns line has always been there, maintaining control, preventing the dissipation of assets that time and inheritance normally produce, ensuring that the fortune does not fragment across generations the way most fortunes do. How does a family maintain that kind of continuity across centuries? Normal generational succession does not do it. Children inherit, children spend, children have children of their own who inherit less, and within a few generations, the original fortune has been diluted to a fraction of its peak concentration. The Burns family has not experienced this dilution. The fortune has remained intact, coherent, concentrated, centrally controlled for longer than most American institutions have existed. That is not normal inheritance. That is not even extraordinary inheritance. That is something else. That is a deliberate, sustained effort across generations to prevent the normal processes of time from doing to the Burns fortune what time does to everything else. The show does not answer this question directly. It does not tell you how the Burns family maintained its control across centuries, or whether previous Burns patriarchs employed extraordinary measures to preserve the dynasty the way the current Burns employs radiation treatments to preserve himself. But it plants the question. It establishes the family's extraordinary longevity and power, and then leaves the explanation conspicuously absent. The absence is the answer, or at least the beginning of one. Families do not remain in continuous control of extraordinary wealth for centuries through normal means. They use whatever means are available. And the Burns family, given what the current patriarch is willing to do to stay alive and in power, was presumably not squeamish about those means. Burns has also built a system of institutional protection around himself that operates independently of his personal decisions. This is the part that is genuinely frightening, more frightening than his individual longevity, more frightening than any of the specific things he has done to Springfield. Burns has spent a century and a half corrupting the institutions that might otherwise hold him accountable. Politicians have been bought. Regulators have been compromised. The legal system has been bent, repeatedly, and across multiple jurisdictions, to accommodate Burns's interests. The press has been silenced. The medical establishment has been influenced. The civic organizations that might otherwise have organized resistance to Burns's activities have been defunded or discredited or simply absorbed into his orbit. Springfield cannot challenge Burns because Springfield does not have the institutional tools to do so. Those tools have been systematically dismantled over generations of careful, patient work by a man who has had 150 years to identify every point of leverage in a small community's institutional structure and apply the appropriate pressure. Homer cannot challenge Burns because Homer is cognitively incapable of understanding the architecture of his own exploitation. Marge cannot challenge Burns because challenging Burns would mean risking the income that keeps the family alive. The town cannot collectively organize against Burns because collective action requires the kind of sustained attention and coordinated effort that a population chronically exposed to radiation is not capable of maintaining. The system is not just self-sustaining, it is self-repairing. Every time something threatens it, the system has a response. 150 years of responses, cataloged and ready. Burns is not immortal in the way that mythological figures are immortal through divine dispensation or supernatural intervention. He is immortal in the way that systems are immortal, through the careful elimination of every force that might end him. His body is maintained by technology and wealth. His power is maintained by corruption and accumulated institutional influence. His knowledge is maintained by a memory that has spent a century and a half cataloging the vulnerabilities of everyone he has ever encountered. And his freedom from consequences is maintained by the same combination of bought influence and cognitive damage in the surrounding population that has been protecting the plant's operations since before most of Springfield was born. The scariest thing about Burns's immortality is not that he might live forever. The scariest thing is the implication for Springfield. The town's economy depends on the plant. The plant depends on Burns. Burns depends on the treatments. The treatments depend on the infrastructure that Burns's wealth provides. It is a closed loop, a self-sustaining system where the man and the machine and the money all feed each other in an endless cycle that Springfield cannot interrupt without destroying itself in the process. Springfield cannot kill Burns, because Springfield cannot survive without the power plant, and the power plant cannot operate without Burns. And Burns cannot die because dying would mean the system he built finally has to answer for what it has done. He is too expensive to die, and Springfield will keep paying the bill for as long as Burns keeps the lights on, which, if his treatment schedule holds, will be forever. End of Section 5. Section 6. Mona Simpson, the conspiracy that broke 3 generations. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. That was the official story. That was what Abe Simpson, Homer's father, told him when Homer was young. Abe showed Homer a grave. Homer mourned. He grew up understanding himself to be a boy whose mother had died, who had been raised by a father who was cold and distant and not particularly equipped for the emotional labor of single parenthood. He grew up with a hole in the shape of his mother's absence, and that hole shaped everything about who he became. His desperate need for affection, his inability to bear rejection, his willingness to endure humiliation and mockery from people who should not have that kind of power over him, because the alternative, being alone, being without, being abandoned again, was worse than whatever current indignity he was absorbing. Homer's entire personality, when you trace it back to its origins, is a coping mechanism for a loss that was not what it appeared to be. In Season 7, the show revealed that the loss was a lie. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It aired in November of 1995 and has been consistently ranked among the best the series ever produced. Not for its comedy, though it is funny in the warm, earned way that the show's best episodes are funny, but for what it does emotionally in its closing minutes. For what it reveals about Homer and what that revelation does to the way you see everything you know about him. Here is what happened. Homer faked his own death to avoid working on a Saturday, which is the kind of solution that only Homer Simpson would consider to a problem as simple as not wanting to come in on a weekend. He pushed a dummy off a cliff near the power plant and allowed the town to believe he had died, and then when Marge insisted he go to the Hall of Records to correct the administrative error his fake death had created, Homer discovered something in the municipal files that upended the foundational story of his life. According to the official records, his mother was alive, had been alive the entire time. The grave Abe had shown him was not hers. It was the grave of Walt Whitman, the poet, and Abe had been using a famous writer's headstone as a prop in a fiction he had been maintaining for Homer's entire childhood and adult life. Homer found his mother at the same cemetery, visiting what she believed was her son's grave. She did not recognize him at first. He had become a stranger to her, changed by the years and the weight and the accumulated damage of growing up without her. But when Homer proved who he was, when the recognition happened, the show produced one of its most genuinely affecting scenes in 36 years of producing affecting scenes. A grown man and his mother, separated for 27 years, finding each other beside a headstone that belongs to neither of them, in a town that both of them call home in different and irreconcilable ways. Then Mona told Homer the truth, and the truth was not what anyone expected. She had not died. She had not left because she stopped loving him. She had not made a choice to abandon her family for a life she found more interesting or more fulfilling. She had left because staying would have put Homer and Abe in danger, because a man had destroyed her life and made it impossible for her to return to it. Because the man who owned the power plant that Homer would grow up to work for, without ever knowing the connection, had identified her to the FBI and had been actively pursuing her for decades. The story went back to 1969. Mona Simpson was a housewife, married to Abe, mother of a young Homer, living a quiet, ordinary life in Springfield during one of the most politically turbulent decades in American history. The civil rights movement, the anti-war protests, the counterculture, the particular American ferment of that era, these things were happening outside of Springfield in the way that everything important always seems to happen outside of Springfield, filtered through the television and the newspapers and the conversations of people more connected to the larger world than a small town in an unnamed state tends to be. And then something changed in Mona. She was radicalized in the language the show uses with its characteristic mix of accuracy and understatement. She joined a group of activists. She became part of something larger than her domestic life. And the cause she joined was legitimate. They were targeting a biological weapons laboratory owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns, a germ warfare facility, a place where weapons-grade pathogens were being developed, in Springfield, in the same town where Homer was growing up, where children went to school and families ate dinner and neighbors waved to each other across chain-link fences, while the richest man in town maintained a laboratory for manufacturing diseases in an industrial building down the road. Mona and her group broke into the lab. They deployed what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, a device designed to destroy the biological agents stored inside the facility rather than disperse them. They succeeded. The pathogens were neutralized. The weapons program was disrupted. The raid accomplished its objective. And in the chaos of the escape, Mona made a single mistake, the kind of mistake that small human decisions made in large moments produce, the kind that cannot be anticipated and cannot be undone. She stopped to help someone who had been knocked down in the confusion. The person on the ground was Mr. Burns. She stopped to help the man whose weapons she had just destroyed, and Burns looked up and saw her face. He identified her, he reported her to the FBI, and from that moment forward, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact her family. She could not hold her son or explain to him in any way that he could understand why he was waking up one morning to find that his mother was gone. She kissed Homer goodbye while he was sleeping, a gesture so quiet and so final that it contains within it the entire emotional weight of the episode and of the theory it generates. and she disappeared. For 27 years, Homer woke up and his mother was gone. Abe told him she was dead. And Homer spent the next 3 decades of his life carrying the weight of a grief that was real but built on a lie, mourning a loss that had not happened the way he understood it to have happened, shaped by a wound that was not what he thought it was. The man he became, all his warmth and his neediness, and his inability to be alone, and his desperate seeking of approval, and his willingness to endure things that should not be endured in order to preserve the relationships he has, all of it traces back to a morning in 1969 when a 6-year-old boy woke up in Springfield and his mother was not there and would not be there for the rest of his childhood and his adolescence and his early adulthood and everything else that followed. Burns did not just take Mona away from Homer. Burns engineered Homer's entire psychological profile. By driving Mona underground when Homer was still forming the foundational attachments that determine how a person relates to the world for the rest of their life, Burns ensured that Homer would grow up emotionally damaged in the precise configuration that makes him maximally useful as an employee. Desperate for approval, Homer will tolerate any indignity from an employer rather than risk the loss of the relationship. Terrified of abandonment, Homer will not quit even when quitting is the obviously correct choice. Incapable of challenging authority in any sustained way, Homer will absorb years of humiliation from a billionaire who cannot remember his name, rather than confront the source of the humiliation. Cognitively impaired by radiation and by the crayon that nobody in Springfield's medical system ever removed from his brain, Homer cannot even see clearly enough to understand the architecture of the situation he is in. Burns broke Homer before Homer was old enough to know he was being broken. And the broken version of Homer is exactly the kind of worker that the Springfield nuclear power plant needs in the safety inspector's chair. Compliant, obedient, grateful for any attention from the man upstairs, incapable of the kind of sustained critical engagement with his circumstances that might lead him to report the 342 violations or question why the fish have 3 eyes or connect the dots between the billionaire who signs his paychecks and the billionaire who stole his childhood. The show confirms the depth of this conspiracy in a revelation that comes in a later season, when it is established that Burns and Abe Simpson struck a deal. Burns had committed a crime, the specific nature of which is not fully detailed, and Abe had discovered it. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns agreed to guarantee Homer's employment at the plant for life, regardless of performance. Regardless of the number of documented errors, which by the show's own count reached 742 before anyone stopped counting. Regardless of the incidents and the near misses and the donuts thrown into the reactor core, Burns would keep Homer employed as long as Abe kept quiet about whatever Burns had done. Homer's job security, which the show depicts so many times as a running joke about the impossibility of getting fired, no matter how spectacular the failure, is not a cartoon convenience. It is not lazy writing's way of resetting Homer to his default profession after every episode that sends him in a different direction. It is a contractual obligation, a deal struck in secret between Homer's father and Homer's employer, mediated by Homer's mother's persecution, held together by the same system of silence and accommodation and mutual complicity that holds everything else in Springfield together. Homer works for Burns. Homer has always worked for Burns. Homer will always work for Burns, because the deal Abe made with Burns ensures it, because Burns needs Homer in that chair, because Homer's incompetence is the mechanism by which the plant's violations are maintained, because the violations are the mechanism by which Burns exercises his control over the town's environment, and by extension over the town's cognitive function, and by extension over the town's capacity for resistance. The whole system rests on Homer being exactly who he is, sitting in exactly that chair, doing exactly that insufficient job for exactly as long as Burns needs him. And Homer has never connected these dots. The show has been very deliberate about this. In the episode where Burns spots Mona and calls the FBI and forces her to flee again, forcing Homer to say goodbye to his mother for the second time, with full knowledge of why she is leaving, Homer looks at Burns and knows, has been told, understands at least partially that this man is the reason his family was destroyed, that the billionaire who signs his paychecks is the billionaire who took his mother. And then the episode moves on, and Homer goes back to work, and Burns continues to be unable to remember Homer's name. And nothing changes, because Homer does not have the cognitive architecture required to translate an emotional understanding of his situation into a structural one. He knows Burns hurt his family. He cannot see that Burns built the system that ensures the hurt keeps happening. Mona died in a later season. Her death scene is one of the show's most quietly devastating sequences. No joke, no cutaway, no comedic reset. Homer sits beside her and holds her hand and watches the mother he barely knew slip away for the last time. The scene runs without deflection, which is the highest compliment you can pay to a piece of television about loss, that it does not flinch from the weight of what it is depicting. It is a man and his mother, and 27 years of absence, pressing down on both of them in a hospital room in a town that the man who caused the absence still controls. Mona fought back against power and lost everything. Abe made a deal with the enemy and buried the truth. Homer inherited the consequences and never understood why his life felt so heavy. And Burns won. In Springfield, Burns always wins. Because in Springfield, the man with the money writes the rules. And the rules say Homer Simpson will work at the power plant for as long as the deal holds, which is forever, which is always, which is until the show ends, and maybe longer than that. End of Section 6. Section 7. Maggie, the quietest genius in Springfield. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She communicates through pacifier sounds and the occasional pointed stare, and one word, said once, voiced by Elizabeth Taylor, in what amounted to a cameo, and then never repeated. She cannot walk without falling. She cannot construct a sentence. She spends her days being carried and placed in cribs and strapped into car seats, the passive recipient of the kind of close physical supervision that the very young require from the people around them. She also shot a billionaire, led a rebellion in a daycare center, saved her family from multiple life-threatening situations, demonstrated problem-solving capabilities that exceed most of the adults in Springfield, was tested and found to possess intelligence that cannot be adequately measured by any standardized instrument available, has gone 36 years without revealing any of this to anyone who might use the information in a way she has not approved. Maggie Simpson is not a baby. She is wearing the costume of a baby, and she has been doing it so effectively and for so long that almost everyone who has watched this show for 3.5 decades has missed it. Let us begin with the shooting, not because it is the most interesting thing about Maggie, but because it is the most visible, the thing that defines her in the public consciousness of Springfield and of the show's audience. We have already examined the who shot Mr. Burns mystery at length. We have looked at the evidence and found it insufficient to support the official conclusion. But whether or not Maggie intentionally pulled the trigger, which is its own complicated question given her age and the circumstances described in Burns's account, the aftermath tells you something important about who she is and how she operates in the world. A baby was identified as the person who shot the richest man in town. The police investigated. DNA evidence was analyzed. Burns woke up from a coma and named her. And the official conclusion was, yes, this infant committed an act of violence against a grown man, and there is nothing to be done about it. Chief Wiggum said no jury would convict a baby, and that was the end of the investigation. But look at the final shot of the episode. Everyone has left the hospital room. Maggie is alone. She looks around carefully. She checks the corners, the doorway, the window, any point from which she might be observed. She confirms that she is unwatched. And then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics the act of pulling a trigger. Not reflexively, not accidentally, deliberately. With the specific timing and the specific spatial awareness of someone who is performing a gesture that has meaning and who understands that the meaning of that gesture would have consequences if performed in front of witnesses. That sequence of behaviors is not what babies do. Babies do not survey their environment for observers before performing actions. Babies do not have the object permanence and the theory of mind required to understand that performing a specific physical gesture in front of others would produce a different outcome than performing it in private. Babies do not make strategic decisions about when it is and is not safe to let their true nature be visible. These are the behaviors of someone who understands exactly what they are doing, who has a model of other people's perceptions and responses, who has assessed the risk of being seen and decided that the risk is currently low enough to permit a moment of private acknowledgement. Maggie was 1 year old, and she was making risk assessments. The Longest Daycare is a short film, 7 minutes long, screened before Ice Age, continental drift in 2012, and nominated for an Academy Award, which is a fact that deserves emphasis because it means that the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences looked at 7 minutes of Maggie Simpson navigating a daycare center and said yes. This is worthy of recognition in the company of the finest short films produced in that year. The premise is simple. Maggie is dropped off at the Ayn Rand School for Tots, a daycare operated with authoritarian efficiency by a woman whose philosophy of childcare appears to be that gifted children are to be identified and suppressed before they can cause trouble. Inside the facility, Maggie encounters a caterpillar in the process of becoming a butterfly. She wants to protect it. Another infant, a bully named Gerald who has been Maggie's ambient nemesis since the show's earliest seasons, wants to destroy it. What follows is a miniature action film in which Maggie outmaneuvers a bully, the entire staff of a childcare facility, and a building's worth of security systems, all in service of getting a caterpillar to a window. She accomplishes this without speaking a word. She accomplishes it through observation, through planning, through real-time improvisation when plans encounter obstacles, and through the kind of adaptive problem-solving that most adult human beings struggle to demonstrate under pressure. She reads the environment continuously. She identifies threats before they materialize. She develops contingency plans while executing primary plans. She predicts the behavior of other people accurately enough to route around them rather than confronting them. She executes multi-step sequences that require precise timing and spatial awareness and the ability to model the perceptions of other people accurately enough to remain invisible to them while moving through shared space. All of this while crawling. Her body cannot keep pace with her mind. She stumbles. She falls. She has to find workarounds for obstacles that an ambulatory person could simply step over. The physical limitations of being a 1-year-old create constant friction between what Maggie is capable of conceptually and what she can execute with the motor skills available to her. And she succeeds anyway, every time, because her cognitive capability is so far beyond the challenge level of any obstacle the facility presents that the physical limitations are, in the end, just engineering problems. And Maggie solves engineering problems the way some people do crossword puzzles, quickly and without apparent effort. The show has tested Maggie's intelligence directly in several episodes. The results vary, but the implication is consistent. Whatever instrument is used, whatever standardized measure is applied, Maggie's results are either extraordinary or literally off the scale. She registers as a genius. Not a prodigy in the way that Lisa is a prodigy, working hard and visibly, and with the full expressive apparatus of a child who knows they are smart and cannot contain the knowledge. A different kind of genius. One that has decided, very early and for very good reasons, that being visibly smart in Springfield is a strategy with terrible outcomes. Look at Lisa. Lisa is brilliant. Lisa is one of the most genuinely gifted characters in American animation, a child of extraordinary intellectual capability surrounded by a family and a community and an entire social environment that is structurally incapable of accommodating what she is. She speaks up. She gets ignored. She challenges authority. She gets punished or mocked or shuffled off to a corner. She tries to improve things. The things resist improvement. She has been fighting this battle every day for 36 years, and the battle has not gone well, not in any cumulative sense. The intelligence is real and the intelligence is valuable, and the intelligence has produced genuine moments of connection and genuine moments of achievement. But the system does not reward it. The community does not celebrate it. The family adores her in its clumsy, imprecise way, but cannot meet her where she actually is. Lisa's brilliance has been, for the entirety of the show's run, more isolating than it has been empowering. Maggie has been watching this. Maggie has been watching Lisa fight this battle from the first day of her existence in Springfield, processing the data, running the experiment, observing the outcomes. She has watched the smartest person in her family be consistently undervalued and dismissed and lone-lied by a household and a community that rewards spectacle over substance, that is more comfortable with Homer's loud failures than with Lisa's quiet achievements. She has watched what happens when you are smart and you show it. She has reached a conclusion. Silence is power. Invisibility is armor. The less they notice you, the more you can accomplish. Maggie's silence is not developmental delay. It is a strategic decision. The first word was spoken. It was recorded. The family reacted with wonder and delight, and immediately began treating it as evidence of entirely normal development rather than what it actually was, which was a choice, and then the word was not repeated, and everyone filed it under the category of things children do at certain developmental stages and move past without drawing significant conclusions. Maggie retreated back into her practiced silence, and the family moved on, because the family always moves on, and Maggie continued doing what she has always been doing, which is watching and listening and understanding and waiting. Waiting for what? The show has never told us. And the not telling is the most sophisticated thing the show has ever done with her character, because the absence of an answer to that question is itself the answer. Maggie has not acted yet because she has not decided that the time is right. She has been accumulating information, building a picture of the world she inhabits, assessing the players and their capabilities and their weaknesses, and the leverage points that a sufficiently intelligent actor could use to move a situation in a desired direction. She has watched Burns and observed how power operates in Springfield. She has watched Homer and observed how the system uses people. She has watched Lisa and learned what not to do. She has been compiling everything into something, some long-term strategy or some accumulated readiness, and she has maintained her cover so perfectly that nobody in her family or her town or the show's audience has ever quite believed that the readiness is real. But the evidence for the readiness is everywhere. Consider just the documented facts. She shot a man. She led a collective action among infants, organizing children who literally cannot talk into a coordinated resistance effort against an authority figure. She has saved members of her family from life-threatening danger on multiple occasions through actions that required not just physical intervention, but the situational awareness to recognize the danger before others did, and the decisional speed to respond before the situation became irretrievable. She confirmed or denied factual information about a complex situation with a single nod of her head in a way that was more reliable than the testimony of the adult witnesses. The family trusts her judgment. They defer to her read of situations when their own assessments conflict. They do this without quite realizing they are doing it. The most powerful person on Evergreen Terrace is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She cannot walk without falling. She cannot construct a sentence. And she has been quietly, patiently, behind those enormous eyes and that ever-present pacifier, doing something that nobody in Springfield has been capable of doing since before the plant started leaking. She has been paying attention. The radiation theory adds a dimension to this that is almost too neat to be accidental. If Springfield's contaminated environment produces mutations, and if those mutations affect different people in different ways, then Maggie represents the extreme positive end of the distribution that Homer represents the extreme negative end of. Homer's mutation took something from his brain. It reduced his cognitive function to levels that are clinically defined as disability. It made him slower and more compliant, and less capable of the kind of analytical thought that might otherwise have led him to question his circumstances. Maggie's mutation, if it is a mutation, supercharged something. It amplified whatever the baseline capacity was to a degree that cannot be adequately measured. Same environmental source, same family, same contaminated water and irradiated air, and decades of living under the shadow of the cooling towers. Where it diminished the father, it amplified the daughter. Two sides of the same radioactive coin. And if the coma theory is true, Maggie's genius takes on a different quality entirely, one that is harder to think about without feeling something. If Homer is dreaming, if every episode is the projection of an unconscious mind trying to hold on to the people it loves most, then Maggie's extraordinary capability is not a mutation or a coincidence or a narrative device. It is a father's prayer. It is the deepest wish of a man who cannot see his youngest child grow up, who cannot watch her develop, who cannot be there for the ordinary daily accumulations of experience and learning and becoming that constitute a childhood. In the dream, he makes her extraordinary. He gives her an intelligence that transcends her age. He makes her capable of protecting herself in ways that a real 1 year old cannot. Because in his coma, Homer needs to believe that Maggie will be okay. Even without him. Even if the dream ends. Even if he never wakes up. Her genius is not a mutation. It is a father dreaming his youngest daughter into someone who does not need him to survive. Behind that pacifier, something is thinking. Something has always been thinking. Something has been watching and listening and compiling and waiting for 36 years, in the quietest disguise in Springfield, in the costume of a helpless baby, accumulating the patience and the knowledge and the strategic clarity that the town's radiation and the town's denial have prevented everyone else from developing. When Maggie finally decides to act, when she finally breaks the silence she has chosen, when she finally reveals what she has been building behind the pacifier and the blank baby stare and 36 years of deliberate invisibility, Springfield will not see it coming. Nobody will, because that is exactly how she designed it. End of Section 7. Section 8. The Principal and the Pauper. How Springfield Votes to Forget. There is an episode of The Simpsons that fans have called the worst in the series for nearly 30 years. An episode so reviled by the show's most devoted followers that it has become shorthand for a particular kind of creative failure, for the moment when a show stops caring about its own internal reality and starts doing whatever is convenient regardless of what the established facts suggest. An episode that Harry Shearer, the actor who voices both Principal Skinner and Mr. Burns and half a dozen other characters, publicly stated his displeasure with. An episode that has been cited, referenced, and condemned in so many conversations about the decline of The Simpsons that its mere mention in a discussion of the show's history is enough to generate strong reactions from people who have not thought about it since it aired. The Principal and the Pauper. Season 9, Episode 2. The 28th of September, 1997. Here is what happens. Springfield Elementary holds an event honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. During the celebration, a stranger walks in. A man nobody recognizes, tall and weathered and carrying himself with the particular physical bearing of someone who has spent significant time in environments that required that kind of carriage. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war and held for years in Southeast Asia. He was believed dead, he escaped, he came home, and he discovered that someone else had been living his life. The man Springfield has known as Principal Skinner for 20 years is an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before the war, Tamzarian was a juvenile delinquent, a petty criminal from a background that offered him very little in the way of prospects or identity or reasons to believe that he was capable of becoming anything in particular. He was drafted into the army. He served in the same unit as the real Seymour Skinner. He was present when Skinner was captured. He was not captured himself, but he carried the guilt of having survived what his commanding officer did not. And when he eventually found his way back to the United States, he traveled to Springfield to deliver the news of Skinner's death to Skinner's mother, Agnes. But when he arrived, Agnes assumed he was her son. Not because of any resemblance, because she needed him to be, because the alternative, the truth of what had actually happened, was something Agnes could not absorb at that moment. And Tamzarian, who had never been needed by anyone, who had never had a family or a stable identity or a reason to be in any particular place at any particular time, said nothing. He let the assumption stand. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name and the history and the mother and the life. He worked his way into a position of institutional authority in the community that had claimed him. He ran the elementary school. He maintained the fiction. He lived inside a stolen identity for 20 years, until the real Skinner walked through the gymnasium door. Now, what Springfield does next is the thing that the fans could not forgive. The thing that felt, to the people who loved this show, like a betrayal of everything the writers had spent 9 years carefully constructing. The town holds a public meeting. The truth is fully exposed. Everyone in Springfield knows. They know that their principal is not who he says he is. They know that the man who has been in charge of their children's education for 2 decades built that career on a foundation of fabricated identity. They know that there is a real Seymour Skinner standing right there in the room, a man with actual military service and an actual history and an actual claim to the name that another man has been using as a disguise. And the town votes, not on whether to prosecute Tamzarian, not on whether to restore Skinner's identity, not on any of the procedurally appropriate responses to the exposure of a decades-long fraud. They vote on whether to acknowledge the truth at all. They vote on whether the fact of what they have just learned should be allowed to matter. And the verdict is unanimous. They choose Tamzarian. They choose the lie. They choose the comfortable fiction over the inconvenient reality. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree that the imposter is the real Skinner, that the fiction will be maintained as official fact, and the actual Seymour Skinner, the war hero, who survived a prisoner of war camp and came home to find his life occupied, is tied to a railroad car and physically expelled from Springfield. The judge makes it explicitly illegal to ever refer to the truth again under penalty of torture. The audience was furious. The episode is still ranked among the worst the show has ever produced by virtually every metric of fan reception. The criticism was fierce and has never fully subsided. Critics argued that it destroyed Skinner's character, that it retroactively rendered everything established about him meaningless, that his military service and his relationship with Agnes and his dynamic with Bart and his entire personality were built on a lie and therefore were nothing. That the episode had reached into the past and emptied it of meaning by revealing that the foundation it was built on was fabricated. But the episode is doing something that the critics, in their frustration, mostly missed. Or maybe noticed and found too unsettling to sit with. The episode is not destroying Springfield. It is diagnosing it. It is showing you, with unusual clarity and unusual directness, the mechanism that the town uses to maintain its reality. The thing that makes every reset possible. The thing that allows catastrophes to be forgotten and contradictions to be ignored and impossible facts to be accommodated without the community structure coming apart under the weight of them. Springfield has always operated this way. This is not the first time the town chose a comfortable lie over an uncomfortable truth. It is simply the first time the show made you watch the choice being made. In every other episode where Springfield forgets something that should be unforgettable, the forgetting happens off-screen. The catastrophe occurs. The following week's episode begins. The catastrophe is not referenced. The audience makes peace with the reset and moves on. The mechanism of forgetting is invisible, which is why it does not bother people the way the Tamzarian episode bothers them. The result is the same, but the process is hidden. In The Principal and the Pauper, the process is visible. You see the meeting, you see the vote, you see the legal decree. You see the exile of the truth in the form of a man literally tied to a train and removed from the community. You see every step of the mechanism. And because you see it, because the show unusually decided to put the infrastructure of Springfield's denial on screen rather than performing it in the space between episodes, it lands differently. It disturbs in a way that all the other resets do not, because it makes explicit the thing the show has always been doing implicitly. The town did not forget what happened to the real Skinner because of the radiation. It did not forget because of Homer's dream. It did not forget because of the floating timeline's narrative requirements. It forgot because it voted to forget. It made a collective decision, in an actual democratic process, to treat a known lie as an established truth and to make the defense of that lie legally mandatory. The amnesia is not a side effect. The amnesia is a policy. It is an actively maintained civic project, enforced by the town's judicial system and protected by the threat of punishment for anyone who attempts to reintroduce the truth into circulation. Now, apply this framework retrospectively to every other impossible thing that Springfield has forgotten. Every time the town has been sealed under a dome, invaded, destroyed, near missed by a nuclear catastrophe, visited by aliens, confronted with evidence of its own contamination, every time these things have happened and then not happened, not in the following episode, not in anyone's memory, not in the official narrative of what life in Springfield is and has been, the Tamzarian episode explains how. Not with cosmic forces, not with science-fictional explanations about altered biology or dreaming brains, with the simplest and most human of mechanisms. People decided not to remember, not individually, collectively, in the way that communities have always decided not to remember the things that would require too much change to accommodate. Small towns in particular have this capacity. The ability of a tight-knit community to collectively suppress information is one of the most consistently documented features of social psychology. The things that small towns do not talk about are often more important than the things they do. The scandals that are absorbed rather than confronted. The crimes that are reframed as accidents or dismissed as misunderstandings. The structures of inequality and exploitation that are so thoroughly normalized by the community's shared narrative that questioning them feels not just uncomfortable, but actually offensive, a violation of the social contract that holds the community together. Real towns do this. Historical towns have done this repeatedly with consequences that echo for generations. Springfield is doing it every episode, and the Tamzarian episode is the one time the show pulled back the curtain and showed you the vote. Think about what it would mean for Springfield to remember. If they remembered the dome, they would have to acknowledge the contamination. If they acknowledged the contamination, they would have to confront the power plant. If they confronted the power plant, they would have to challenge Burns. If they challenged Burns, the economy would collapse because the economy is the power plant, and the power plant is Burns. And Burns has structured everything to ensure that challenging him and surviving economically in Springfield are mutually exclusive. So they do not remember. They vote not to remember. They make the forgetting legal. They criminalize the act of insisting on the truth in a public forum. And anyone who tries to bring the truth back, anyone who shows up in Springfield with documented evidence that the official narrative is a lie, gets the real Seymour Skinner treatment. They get tied to a train and removed. And the town carries on. The coma theory adds a layer to this episode that is darker than any of its surface readings. If everything since season 4 is Homer's dream, if Springfield is the product of a comatose mind generating a simulation from the last known state of the world, then the Tamzarian episode is Homer's unconscious mind inventing a scenario where an entire community votes to sustain a false version of reality because that is what Homer needs to believe. He needs to believe that lies can become true through collective agreement. He needs to believe that a stolen life can become a real one if enough people consent to treat it as real. He needs to believe this because his own situation is exactly that. His dream is a stolen life. A fake version of the life he actually had, running in a hospital room in Springfield while the real version of that life continues without him outside the dream. And as long as nobody questions it, as long as Springfield keeps voting to maintain the fiction, Homer never has to wake up and find out what is real. The Tamzarian episode is not the worst episode of The Simpsons. It is the most honest. It is the episode where the show stopped hiding its own mechanism and showed you exactly how Springfield works. How every impossible thing gets accommodated. How every truth that is too inconvenient to acknowledge gets legislated out of existence. How the real Seymour Skinners of the world, the men who show up with proof that the official story is a lie, get handled. Armin Tamzarian is still pretending to be Seymour Skinner. Springfield is still pretending everything is fine. And the real Seymour Skinner is still out there somewhere, tied to a train, exiled from his own life, the last honest man in a town that made honesty illegal. Imagine how comfortable that train is, though. Imagine the gentle rocking of the car as it moves through whatever landscape surrounds Springfield. The world passing by outside the window. Springfield growing smaller behind him. Finally free of the vote. Finally outside the jurisdiction of the decree. Just the rhythm of the wheels and the open country ahead, and the particular relief of a man who no longer has to pretend that any of what was happening back there was normal. Some nights that sounds like the best outcome available. End of Section 8. Section 9. The predictions: how a cartoon learned to see the future. There is a clip that gets shared every few months on social media. Whenever a specific piece of news breaks and someone with a good memory and a willingness to spend an afternoon in a spreadsheet of Simpsons episode databases connects the news to something the show depicted years or decades ago. The clip circulates. The comments fill with a particular mixture of amazement and suspicion. The Simpsons predicted this. How do they know? Are the writers time travelers? Is this a conspiracy? Is this show some kind of prophetic text that has been hiding inside a cartoon for 36 years? And then someone shares the clip from a different angle or a different clip from the same episode with more context, and the conversation gets complicated, and eventually the conversation moves on because the internet always moves on, and the next news cycle produces new things to be astonished about. And The Simpsons prediction is filed under the general category of things that are very strange and probably have a mundane explanation, but are more interesting to contemplate as mysteries. Let us go through the major ones, not because you have not heard some of them before, but because the accumulated weight of the list, taken together in the dark, with enough time to sit with each item, does something to your perception of what the show is that no individual prediction manages on its own. The sum is stranger than the parts. The year 2000. The episode Bart to the Future depicted a future in which Lisa Simpson becomes the first female president of the United States. The episode is a flash forward, showing a teenage Bart's vision of a possible future where Lisa has grown up to hold the highest office in the country. And in that flash forward, Lisa's predecessor in the White House is identified by name. The presidency that Lisa is inheriting the consequences of belongs to Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before Trump actually won the 2016 election. 16 years before the thing the show used as a throwaway joke about the absurd logical extreme of American celebrity culture became a documented fact of American political history. The internet's reaction to this when it surfaced during the 2016 campaign cycle was extraordinary. Screenshots went viral on a scale that made The Simpsons' prediction a broader cultural reference point than the show's actual current viewership could explain. People who had not thought about The Simpsons in a decade were sharing the image. People who had never watched an episode were familiar with the claim. The show had accidentally predicted the future with enough specificity that even people who should have been skeptical found themselves uncertain about how to categorize the coincidence. 1995. An episode depicted a device worn on the wrist that functions as a communication and computing device. Not a radio, not a telephone in any conventional sense. A small, screen-bearing network device worn as a watch, doing the things that smartwatches now do as unremarkable everyday technology. The episode aired 15 years before the category of device it depicted became a consumer product, and 20 years before the category became mainstream. The specific visual and functional similarities between what the show depicted and what Apple eventually produced are close enough that the comparison requires very little interpretive generosity to sustain. 1994. Homer goes to space as part of a NASA mission that also involves Buzz Aldrin, depicting commercial and private involvement in spaceflight decades before companies like SpaceX made that involvement a normal feature of the space industry. The show imagined a world where celebrities and ordinary civilians might participate in space missions as something other than government-trained astronauts, and then that world arrived and the show got credit for having imagined it first. 1998. Homer's brief engagement with a mathematical problem produces an equation that has been analyzed by actual physicists and found to anticipate aspects of the calculation for the Higgs boson particle mass. The Higgs boson was experimentally confirmed in 2012 at CERN after decades of theoretical prediction. The show had a joke that touched the correct answer 14 years early. The joke was written by a writer with a mathematics background who was working through an actual physics problem as a background gag, which contextualizes the coincidence but does not entirely diffuse it. 1999. Homer proposed, as part of an extended food metaphor, a theory about the shape of the universe involving a torus, a donut shape. Years later, cosmological observations produced radiation patterns that some physicists have interpreted as consistent with a toroidal universe topology. The research is not settled science. It is a theoretical possibility with some evidentiary support. But it is a theoretical possibility that a cartoon about a donut-obsessed man touched on as a joke roughly 2 decades before the evidentiary discussion became active in the field. 1993. An episode called Marge in Chains depicted a flu virus originating in Asia, spreading to Springfield, causing mass panic, supply shortages, and a frantic community-wide search for a cure. The episode aired 27 years before the COVID-19 pandemic. The parallels between the episode's fictional outbreak and the actual 2020 pandemic are specific enough to be genuinely striking. And during the fictional outbreak in the episode, the town's frantic response accidentally released a swarm of killer bees, which felt bizarre and specific and unnecessarily prophetic when the media began reporting on Asian giant hornets appearing in the United States during the actual 2020 pandemic. 1996. An episode featured a joke about the hip-hop group Cypress Hill booking the London Symphony Orchestra, framed as a misunderstanding resulting from impaired decision-making. 28 years later, in 2024, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. The specific combination of the specific musical act and the specific orchestral institution that the show used as a punchline about poor judgment became, nearly 3 decades later, an actual real-world cultural event that people bought tickets to attend. 1998. The show depicted Disney acquiring 20th Century Fox. The actual acquisition happened in 2019. The show was so far inside the loop on this one that when the deal was announced, people noted that the acquiring company, Disney, now owned the show that had predicted the acquisition, which gave the joke a recursive quality that even the writers could not have fully anticipated. The list is longer. There are dozens of additional examples, some more striking than others, some requiring more interpretive flexibility to sustain than the most famous ones. Video calling technology depicted before video calling was widely available. Autocorrect depicted before autocorrect was a universal frustration. Surveillance culture, mass media fragmentation, the specific texture of political polarization, all depicted in episodes from the 1990s and early 2000s, with enough accuracy that looking back at them now produces the particular sensation that the theory builders call prophetic resonance. Now here is the debunking. Not because the debunking eliminates the strangeness of the predictions, but because the debunking is itself interesting, and because understanding why the show got so much right tells you something true about what the show actually is and how it actually works. Al Jean, the show's executive producer, has addressed the prediction phenomenon directly, and his answer is blunt. Throw enough darts, and you will hit some bullseyes. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes over 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, references, observations, and satirical extrapolations. When you generate that volume of content about American culture, technology, politics, and society across that length of time, statistical probability alone guarantees that some of it will line up with future events. Not because the writers have access to information they should not have, because the law of large numbers applies to satire the same way it applies to everything else. Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its best seasons, was even more direct. There are very few cases where The Simpsons actually predicted something. It is mainly coincidence because the episodes are so old that history repeats itself. That is the official position from inside the show. And fact-checking organizations have applied systematic scrutiny to many of the most shared prediction claims and found that most of them are based on loose parallels rather than specific anticipations, on the kind of resemblance that becomes visible after the fact because we are looking for it, because we have already been primed to see the connection. Many of the predictions are trend extrapolations rather than genuine prophecies. The writers did not predict Trump. They observed that Trump had been publicly flirting with running for office since the late 1980s and wrote a joke about where that trajectory pointed if you extended it forward a few steps. They did not predict the Disney-Fox merger. They observed that media consolidation was an accelerating structural trend in the entertainment industry and wrote a gag about a logical extreme of that trend. They did not predict smartwatches. They observed that personal technology was getting smaller and more networked and imagined what the next step looked like. The Simpsons writing staff has historically been one of the most academically credentialed in television. Multiple writers held degrees from Harvard and Yale and other elite institutions. Many had backgrounds in mathematics, computer science, economics, and political theory. These were not people making random guesses. They were highly educated observers of American cultural and technological trends, spending their careers analyzing the trajectories of the systems they observed and pushing those trajectories to their absurd but logically consistent conclusions. They were not prophets. They were very good at reading the present, and reading the present carefully enough produces something that looks, in retrospect, like reading the future. And then there is confirmation bias. The predictions that did not come true are forgotten. The jetpack jokes, the moon colony jokes, the political outcomes that went the other way, the cultural shifts that never materialized. These make up the vast majority of the show's speculative content. Nobody shares them. Nobody builds essays around them. Nobody posts the clips on social media with the caption, "The Simpsons already knew this would not happen." The filter that the internet applies to the show's output retains only the hits and discards the misses, producing a highlight reel that looks like systematic prophecy when it is actually the natural result of producing vast quantities of speculative content and then applying strong retrospective selection pressure. All of this is true. All of this is the correct explanation for the vast majority of the prediction phenomenon, and yet, some of the coincidences are specific enough, detailed enough, precisely enough aligned with future events that statistical probability starts to feel inadequate. The Trump prediction did not just anticipate that a celebrity might run for president. It named Trump specifically. And the episode included a visual of Trump descending an escalator to make his announcement that mirrors, with uncomfortable specificity, the actual visual of Trump's 2015 announcement event. The escalator, the specific body language, the specific staging. These are not trend extrapolations. These are details. The Siegfried and Roy episode did not just note that exotic animals are dangerous. It depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers during a stage show. That is almost precisely what happened in 2003 when Roy Horn was critically injured by one of the act's white tigers during a performance. Not just the category of event, the specific animal, the specific performer, the specific context. This is where the meta theory enters, and it is more interesting than any of the supernatural explanations. The Simpsons does not predict the future. The Simpsons shapes the future. Not through magic, not through prophecy, through cultural influence, which is the most powerful kind of shaping there is. The show is one of the most watched, most quoted, most deeply embedded pieces of American media ever produced. It has been running for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. Its jokes have entered the American lexicon as reference points. Its observations have become part of how Americans understand their own culture. When the show depicted a Trump presidency, that image entered the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people saw it. It became something people laughed about and referenced and thought about when Trump appeared in the news cycle. The joke did not predict the future. The joke made the future feel familiar when it arrived. It primed the cultural imagination. It made a Trump presidency feel less like a shocking impossibility and more like a punchline that had always been waiting for its setup. And when the setup finally arrived, the recognition people felt was not prophecy. It was the completion of a joke they had already heard. This is how culture works at its most powerful. The show did not forecast the Disney-Fox merger. It made media consolidation feel inevitable by depicting it as obvious satire. When the merger happened, the response was not shock. It was recognition. Of course, this is what happened. The Simpsons already told us this is where things were heading. The satire normalized the outcome before the outcome materialized. Springfield does not reflect America. America has become Springfield. 36 years of holding up a mirror has produced a situation where the mirror and the face are beginning to resemble each other. The nuclear power plant run by a corrupt billionaire, the population too distracted to notice how badly they are being exploited, the endless cycle of catastrophe and reset, the collective amnesia that allows the same mistakes to be repeated indefinitely because there is no institutional memory capable of connecting this failure to the identical failure 3 episodes ago. These are not predictions. They are descriptions. The show wrote down what America was in 1989 and kept describing it as it evolved, and the description turned out to be accurate because the description was always accurate. Because the show was always looking at something real and putting it on screen and calling it satire when it was actually just journalism with a laugh track. The final piece of the prediction phenomenon is the most unsettling. Not the hits, the misses. Or rather, the absence of the misses from the cultural conversation about the show's predictive capacity. The show has produced hundreds of satirical observations that did not come true. They are out there, in the archive, waiting to be found. Predictions that went the wrong direction, cultural extrapolations that curved away from the future the show imagined. These are the episodes that prove it is all coincidence, all confirmation bias, all statistical probability operating on a large enough sample. Nobody shares those. The filter is absolute. And the filter? The specific human cognitive tendency to remember the accurate predictions and forget the inaccurate ones. The tendency to search for patterns that confirm rather than patterns that disconfirm is the most powerful generator of the prophecy illusion. 800 episodes, 36 years, thousands of satirical observations filtered through the most efficient confirmation bias engine ever constructed, which is the internet and its capacity for selective sharing and viral amplification. The result is a highlight reel that looks like systematic prophecy. It is not systematic prophecy. But the reel is impressive enough that even people who understand the mechanism find themselves pausing when a new clip surfaces. Because the truth is, even knowing how the trick works, it is still impressive to watch. 800 episodes, 36 years. And enough bullseyes that even the show's own creators sometimes pause and wonder if maybe, just maybe, they know something they should not. That is not prophecy, but it is something. Something worth sitting with in the dark, in the quiet, in the particular alertness that comes with the edge of sleep. Something worth letting settle without rushing to explain. End of Section 9. Section 10. Where is Springfield? The town that exists everywhere and nowhere. There is a question that has followed The Simpsons for the entirety of its existence. A question so simple and so seemingly answerable that the fact of it remaining unanswered for 36 years is itself one of the show's most impressive achievements. A question that has generated more debate, more research, more careful analysis of background details and street signs and zip codes and geographical references than any other single element of the show's constructed world. Where is Springfield? Not in the abstract sense of where Springfield exists as a cultural or symbolic location, though we will get to that. In the literal cartographic sense. In the sense of which American state this town is located in, which regional culture it belongs to, which coast or heartland or mountain range or river system it sits beside. The show is set in a specific fictional town that the writers have taken great care to make feel geographically real. It has a nuclear power plant on the bank of a river. It has a coastline in some episodes and a mountain range in others, and a desert in others, and farmland in others. It has neighboring towns with specific names. It has a state government and a state capitol building and a state flag and state elections. It exists within the political and administrative structure of the United States federal system in a way that requires it to have a specific state as its home, and it does not. Or rather, it has many specific states as its home, sequentially and inconsistently, depending on which episode you are watching and what the episode needs Springfield to be adjacent to. In one episode, Springfield is in the north. In another, it is in the south. Lisa's area code, briefly glimpsed on a telephone bill, begins with a prefix associated with Missouri. The state abbreviation has been shown on screen as NT, which does not correspond to any actual American state. When Homer called the state capital in one episode, the voice on the other end established that the state's name begins with a vowel, which eliminates roughly half the states but still leaves enough viable options to sustain the mystery rather than resolve it. The show has been dropping clues about Springfield's location for 36 years, and every time a clue appears that seems to narrow the possibilities down to a manageable number, a subsequent episode introduces a new clue that contradicts the previous one. The geography is a moving target. The show pursues and then retreats from definiteness with the same precision it applies to the aging of its characters, which is to say, with the precision of something that is not happening accidentally. Matt Groening, the show's creator, named the town Springfield after the real Springfield in Oregon. He confirmed this in a 2012 interview, stating that he chose the name because there are Springfields in nearly every state in the country, and because he grew up near Springfield, Oregon. For approximately 2 days after that interview was published, the mystery appeared to be solved. Springfield was in Oregon. The question had an answer. The 30-year debate could be retired. Except the show immediately continued contradicting the Oregon answer in subsequent episodes. The writers did not honor Groening's confession. They kept the geography inconsistent. They kept the mountain ranges and the coasts and the deserts all simultaneously accessible from a town that should, if it were actually in Oregon, have a specific and limiting set of geographic neighbors. Springfield, Oregon is not adjacent to Nevada deserts and Gulf Coast shorelines and New England winters and Midwestern grain fields. But Springfield, the fictional town, is adjacent to all of these things simultaneously, because the show has always needed Springfield to be wherever the episode's story requires it to be. The geographic impossibility is the deepest expression of the show's design philosophy, the most fundamental statement of what Springfield actually is. It is not a real place. It was never meant to be a real place. It was always meant to be every place. The show's creators made a deliberate decision at the beginning of the series to construct a town that would feel familiar to the maximum possible number of American viewers, regardless of their actual region, regardless of their specific relationship to American geography. And the way to make a place feel familiar to everyone is to make it be everywhere. To give it the industrial decay of the Rust Belt, and the suburban sprawl of the Sun Belt, and the small-town insularity of New England, and the cultural blankness of the Midwest all at once. To let it be a coastal town and a heartland town and a mountain town as the episode requires, to refuse to commit to a single geographic identity because commitment would limit the resonance. You grew up somewhere. That somewhere has specific features, specific weather, a specific relationship to water or mountains or flatness, a specific set of institutions and industries and community dynamics that feel particular to your region. And Springfield, because it has all of these things at once, because it refuses geographic specificity in order to be geographically universal, feels like your town even though it is not. It feels like wherever you grew up because it has incorporated the essential texture of wherever you grew up into its impossible composite geography. This is the surface-level explanation. It is correct. It is what the show's creators intended and what the show achieves. But under the theories we have been discussing tonight, Springfield's geographic impossibility takes on additional dimensions that the surface explanation does not account for. If the radiation theory is true, if the contamination from the power plant has altered the biology of every living thing in Springfield, why should the contamination stop at biological systems? Why should it not also affect the physical environment? The radiation theory posits that Burns's plant has been leaking for decades, that the contamination is thorough and pervasive, that it has shaped the town's population at the cellular level. If the contamination is that comprehensive, if its effects are that far-reaching, then the warped geography of Springfield might not be an authorial device. It might be a symptom. The same force that has given the fish 3 eyes and the humans 4 fingers might have also done something to the space around Springfield, compressed geographic features that should be hundreds of miles apart into a single impossible region, bent the landscape to fit the needs of a place that has been operating outside normal parameters for so long that the normal parameters themselves have been altered. If the coma theory is true, the geography makes an even more specific kind of sense. Homer's dreaming brain does not have a precise cartographic map of America. It has impressions, fragments of every landscape Homer has ever actually seen, or seen on television, or in magazines, or in the windows of cars passing through places he never stopped to examine closely. Mountains from a family vacation that happened once and blurred in memory. Oceans from commercials that ran during the shows he watched. Deserts from a movie. Farmland from a drive-through somewhere he was only passing through. The dreaming mind assembles Springfield from all of these fragments, layering them on top of each other without regard for actual spatial relationships, because dreams do not have spatial logic. Dreams have emotional logic. And Springfield feels like America because it is made from Homer's memory of America, which is scattered and incomplete and held together by longing rather than by geography. In dreams, you can walk out the front door of your childhood home and find yourself in a city you visited once as an adult. You can step from a mountain peak into a coastal boardwalk without any intermediate space. The geography of dreams is not organized by the physical constraints that organize the geography of the waking world. It is organized by emotional associations, by the connections the dreaming mind draws between places that felt similar or significant, regardless of where they actually are. Homer's Springfield is geographically impossible because Homer's brain is not a map. It is a museum of feelings, and the exhibits are arranged by how they felt, not where they were. If the collective denial theory is true, Springfield's refusal to have a fixed location serves a legal and protective function that goes beyond authorial convenience. You cannot bring federal charges against a nuclear facility if you cannot establish which state it is in. You cannot organize a sustained regulatory investigation of a contamination zone if the zone's jurisdiction keeps shifting. You cannot hold anyone accountable for the 3-eyed fish and the cracked cooling towers if the court with authority over the situation changes depending on which episode of the show you are watching. Springfield floats between states because floating is safer than landing. Landing means a specific EPA regional office has clear jurisdiction. Landing means a specific attorney general can subpoena documents. Landing means accountability. And accountability is the one thing that Springfield's institutional structure is designed above all else to prevent. The show gave you the answer once. The mockumentary episode Behind the Laughter identified Springfield as being in northern Kentucky in its original broadcast. That answer lasted until the episode went into syndication, at which point the location was changed to a different state for the syndicated version. The same episode, 2 different answers, depending on which broadcast you caught. Even when Springfield had a definitive location, the definitiveness was temporary. The answer mutated. The geography refused to stay pinned down. Every state in the Union has been proposed as Springfield's home at some point in the fan communities that have devoted themselves to solving this mystery. Every proposal has evidence. Every proposal has contradicting evidence. The show has been so thoroughly consistent in its geographic inconsistency that the inconsistency can only be read as intentional. The writers are not failing to keep track. They are succeeding at keeping the answer unavailable. Springfield will never be located, not because the show cannot decide, but because the show decided long ago that Springfield is more useful as a mystery than as an answer. A town that could be anywhere is a town that belongs to everyone. A town that belongs to everyone is a town that nobody can close down. And a town that nobody can close down keeps running its nuclear power plant and producing its yellow-skinned, four-fingered residents and accumulating its impossible history and floating in the perpetual geographical limbo that protects it from the specific kind of accountability that requires a precise address to enforce. Somewhere in America, in a state that changes depending on the episode, a cooling tower steams against a sky that is simultaneously everything an American sky can be. The river runs past the discharge pipes. The town sleeps, and nobody knows exactly where to find it, which means nobody can exactly find it, which means it goes on forever. End of Section 10. Section 11. Hans Moleman, Ned Flanders, and Springfield's Hidden Tragedies. There is a small man in Springfield who dies constantly. He appears in the background of scenes, blinking through thick glasses, moving with the slow, uncertain gait of someone who has not been entirely comfortable in their own body for a very long time. He gets hit by cars. He gets buried. He gets crushed by falling objects of improbable size and weight. He walks into traffic. He gets struck by lightning with a frequency that suggests either extraordinary bad luck or some property of his specific biological composition that attracts electrical discharge. Animals eat him. Industrial accidents claim him. He catches fire. He is incinerated. He falls from heights that should not be survivable and frequently are not. And then he appears in the next episode, in the background of a different scene, blinking through the same thick glasses, moving with the same slow, uncertain gait, ready to be killed again. His name is Hans Moleman. He is 31 years old. He told someone this once, directly, in one of the rare moments when the show acknowledges him as something other than a visual gag about proximity to death. 31. Look at him. He appears to be in his 80s, possibly his 90s, possibly older in the way that some people are older, in the way that life has deposited its entire weight on a single frame, and the frame has bent under it to a degree that makes precise age assessment impossible. He looks ancient. He moves ancient. He carries the particular exhaustion of someone who has been alive for a very long time and has not found the experience to be particularly restorative. But he is 31. If Hans Moleman is telling the truth about his age, and there is no canonical reason to believe he is lying, then something happened to him. Something took a man in what should have been the prime of his adult life and aged him by 50 or 60 years before his actual age arrived. Something that did this so thoroughly and so completely that there is no trace of youth in his face or his body or the way he moves through the world. Something that also, apparently, made him nearly impossible to kill, which is the other remarkable thing about Moleman, the thing that the show treats as pure comedy but which, under the frameworks we have been building tonight, is almost as strange as the premature aging. Moleman does not merely survive damage. He dies from damage, apparently and canonically, and then he is alive again in the next episode without explanation. This is different from the way Homer survives things. Homer endures. He absorbs punishment and keeps going, his body maintaining function through whatever combination of radiation-altered biology and comedic invincibility the radiation theory and the coma theory and simple cartoon logic provide. Homer does not die. He just does not die. Moleman actually dies. Multiple times. In canonical episodes, not dream sequences, not Halloween specials, not alternate timelines. Regular episodes of the show in which Moleman is killed in whatever manner the scene requires and then appears fine in the subsequent episode. If the radiation theory is true, Moleman might represent the most extreme expression of what the contamination does to human biology. An organism in sufficiently prolonged contact with sufficient levels of radiation might develop a cellular repair mechanism so aggressive that even fatal trauma becomes survivable, given enough time. The body breaks down completely, and then it reconstitutes. Not healing in the normal sense, not the accelerated recovery that Homer demonstrates, but actual reconstitution from whatever state the lethal event produces. Death as a temporary condition. The biological reset button triggering at a threshold that should be absolute. If that same mechanism explains the premature aging, then Molman's timeline makes a horrible kind of sense. The cellular repair is running at such a high rate that it is consuming the body's resources faster than normal biological processes can replenish them. He heals from death at the cost of aging at many times the normal rate. His body is burning through its biological capital to maintain the impossible survival rate his mutated cells require. He cannot die, and he cannot stop aging. He is trapped between the two extremes, oscillating between fatal damage and recovery, growing older with each cycle because the cycle costs something that does not grow back. Under the coma theory, Molman serves a different and darker function. He is a background process in Homer's dream, a minor character, a filler element, something Homer's unconscious mind needs to populate the scenes of Springfield without caring enough about to maintain consistently. He dies because Homer's dreaming brain occasionally loses track of him, because he is not important enough to the dreamer to be maintained with the same care as the central characters. And he comes back because the dream needs him to fill the background of the next scene, because Springfield requires a certain density of anonymous townspeople to feel like a place, and Molman is one of the pieces of furniture that Homer's mind keeps reassembling without entirely remembering it needs to. Under the collective denial theory, Molman's repeated deaths are simply the most extreme version of the thing that Springfield does all the time. A man dies in public, repeatedly, in front of witnesses, under circumstances that should generate official investigation, emergency response, at minimum the kind of community-wide conversation that the visible death of a community member typically produces. And none of that happens. The town has normalized Molman's death cycle the way it has normalized everything else that should not be normal. The fish have 3 eyes. The principal is not who he says he is. The billionaire glows in the dark. And the small man in the thick glasses has died 17 times and keeps showing up for coffee at the Quickie Mart. Springfield has decided not to find any of this remarkable. And having decided that, it simply does not. There is a different kind of tragedy a few doors down from wherever Molman happens to be currently dying, on a street that runs perpendicular to Evergreen Terrace, in a house that is maintained to a standard that makes the Simpson household look like an ongoing experiment in domestic entropy. The house belongs to Ned Flanders. And Ned Flanders is the character that the show has quietly broken more thoroughly than any other, with more patience and more care, over a longer period of time, producing a result that is harder to look at directly the more carefully you examine it. On the surface, Ned is Homer's moral foil. Everything Homer is not, kind, genuinely and consistently kind, in a way that Homer manages only in moments of extraordinary effort. Generous? Not in the public performing way that generosity sometimes presents, but in the daily automatic way that people who have internalized generosity as a core operating principle express it. Devoutly religious, not as performance but as genuine personal conviction, attending church with real faith rather than social obligation, praying with the specific vocal pattern of someone who believes the prayer will be received, physically fit, financially responsible, a good father, a good neighbor, by any reasonable metric applied to the values he professes to hold, and the way he actually conducts himself in daily life, a good man. The show punishes him for it with the relentlessness of a universe that has decided to take out a particular grievance on a particular target. Ned's wife, Maud, was killed in a freak accident at the Springfield Speedway. A t-shirt cannon misfired during a race event and the projectile struck Maud and knocked her from the bleachers to her death. The cannon misfired because Homer, seated near Maud, was actively dodging the t-shirts being fired into the crowd, trying to catch as many as possible, moving in the erratic pattern of someone who had elevated t-shirt acquisition to a competitive sport. The misfired shirt, redirected by Homer's presence and movement, struck Maud. Homer's selfishness, his specific and characteristic inability to think about consequences, his tunnel vision approach to the immediate gratification of t-shirts, killed his neighbor's wife. Not accidentally in the normal sense of the word. In the specific sense in which Homer Simpson kills things, which is through the mechanical application of his nature in situations that require more than his nature provides. Ned forgave him, because Ned always forgives. Because the show has built forgiveness into Ned's character as the dominant response mode, the reflex that operates before any other emotional response can assert itself. Homer kills Ned's wife. Ned forgives Homer. Because that is what Ned does. That is the architecture of his character. And if the architecture is stable enough, if the reflex is reliable enough, if the forgiveness comes automatically enough that it never has to be chosen or maintained or actively exercised, then the forgiveness is not a virtue. It is a mechanism. And we will get to the mechanism. But first, the pattern. Because the Maud incident is not an outlier. It is representative. Ned's house was destroyed by a hurricane. The community came together to rebuild it, which was the kind of thing that should be both touching and functionally successful. A community providing practical support to one of its members in a moment of need. The house that was rebuilt was structurally inadequate, built with the kind of cheerful incompetence that characterizes most of Springfield's communal projects, and it collapsed almost immediately after completion, leaving Ned in a worse material situation than the hurricane had left him. At this point, the accumulated weight of loss and abandonment and the particular cruelty of a universe that keeps taking things away from a man who has done everything right did something to Ned. He snapped. He had what the show framed as a psychological breakdown, a complete and very public loss of composure in which decades of suppressed grievance came flooding out. He screamed. He insulted people. He said things he had been holding inside for longer than anyone realized he had been holding them. He was institutionalized. He spent time in a mental health facility. And during that time, something was revealed about Ned that reframes everything the show has established about him up to that point. Ned was a violent child. Not mildly defiant, not the ordinary boundary testing of childhood, but genuinely, concerningly aggressive in ways that his parents, committed to a parenting philosophy that rejected any form of discipline, were unable to address. They took him to a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist spent years conditioning the aggression out of Ned through behavioral modification techniques that the show depicts as extreme enough to be permanently transformative. The conditioning worked. Ned's aggression was suppressed completely. His behavioral profile was remade from the ground up. The violent child became the gentle neighbor. The uncontrollable impulses became the automatic kindness. The rage became the forgiveness. But what this means is that Ned's kindness is not who he is. It is what was done to him. The kindness is the result of sustained psychological intervention beginning in childhood, before he was old enough to choose what kind of person to be, before he had any understanding of what was being done to his behavioral architecture. The gentleness is the product of systematic conditioning. The patience is a cage built around a person who still exists underneath it. The forgiveness is a programmed response that fires before he can choose whether or not to forgive, before he can ask himself whether the forgiveness is the correct response to what has happened to him, before he can experience the thing that the conditioning is suppressing, which is rage. And the rage is the truth. The rage is the correct response to having your wife killed and your house destroyed and your children endangered and your community failing you and your neighbor treating you with the casual negligence of someone who has never once seriously considered what his presence costs the people around him. The rage is what a person who has processed what has actually happened to him would feel, and Ned cannot access it. He was built not to. He was built to forgive and to be patient and to go to church and to believe that the suffering has a purpose, that the plan is being executed by someone who understands why the good things keep being taken from the good people while the bad things keep finding the people who already have too much. God talks to Homer. The show establishes this directly, in multiple canonical episodes, with direct face-to-face conversations between Homer Simpson and the divine. God appears. They talk. Homer receives guidance, or at least conversation, or at least the comfort of being heard by the force he understands as responsible for the shape of the universe. God speaks to Homer Simpson, a man who sleeps through church, who treats his faith as purely nominal, who demonstrates no particular relationship to or understanding of the theological commitments his nominal religious affiliation implies. God does not speak to Ned. In 36 years of Ned Flanders attending church every Sunday, praying every day, organizing his life around the values and commitments his faith requires, living with the specific intentionality of someone who genuinely believes that moral behavior matters and that the universe tracks it, God has not spoken to him once. The divine conversation partner that Homer takes for granted is entirely absent from Ned's experience. The drunk who falls asleep in the pew gets divine audience. The devout man who dedicated his life to the practice and expression of faith gets silence. The show is telling you something with this asymmetry. Something about the relationship between goodness and reward in Springfield. Something about whether the universe of this show recognizes or responds to moral effort. Homer does everything wrong and survives everything. Ned does everything right and loses everything that matters to him. The gap between them, the gap between the man who tries and the man who does not, has never closed and will never close because the system they both inhabit does not operate on the reward and punishment logic that Ned's faith promises and Ned's daily behavior assumes. The darkness in Ned Flanders is not the darkness of a bad man. It is the darkness of a good man in a universe that has decided goodness does not matter. It is the darkness of a person who has been conditioned since childhood to respond to that universe with forgiveness and patience and renewed faith, who cannot choose to respond any other way, who will go to his grave having never once been permitted to simply say that what happened to him was wrong, and that the person responsible for the parts that were someone's fault should have faced some kind of consequence. Ned is what happens when you do everything right in a system that does not reward rightness. Homer is what happens when you do everything wrong in a system that does not punish wrongness. They live next door to each other. They have lived next door to each other for 36 years. The gap between them has never once closed. Because in Springfield, the gap does not close. End of section 11. Section 12. The loop why we can't let them go. It is late now, or early, depending on where you are in the world and what your relationship to this particular stretch of night has been. The town of Springfield is quiet. The power plant hums at its low continuous frequency, the sound of a facility that does not close, that operates on a schedule defined by the basic requirement of continuous electrical supply to a community that has never examined what providing that supply has cost. The river runs past the discharge pipes. The three-eyed fish move through it in whatever direction three-eyed fish move in the dark. Somewhere on the hill, in the building that looks more like a set from a Victorian horror story than a place where a person actually lives, a single light burns in an upstairs window. Mr. Burns is awake. He is probably always awake. The treatments keep him functional, but they do not necessarily make him peaceful. And there is something about being over 100 years old that the show has never quite tried to render. The sheer accumulated weight of everything a life that long contains, the specific fatigue of still being here, when everything you once knew has been buried so many times over that the burying has lost its meaning. Homer Simpson is asleep. He is definitely asleep. He is always asleep when the narrative does not require him to be awake, a man whose body has made a pragmatic accommodation to the conditions it operates in by treating sleep as a default state rather than a scheduled one. He is in his hospital bed in Springfield General, if the coma theory is true. Or he is on his couch, illuminated by the blue light of the television that has been running without his conscious attention for however many hours, if the couch is the reality. Either way, he is dreaming. He is always dreaming. The distinction between those two cases is perhaps less significant than it appears. Bart is 10 years old. Lisa is 8. Maggie is 1. We spent several hours in Springfield tonight. We walked through the contamination zone and looked at the evidence the radiation theory has been building for 36 seasons. We sat beside the hospital bed and considered what the coma theory says about what love looks like when it is stripped of everything except its most fundamental form. We reopened the Burns shooting case and found the official answer insufficient and the alternatives more interesting. We traced the impossible immortality of a man whose life is maintained like a machine because the machine cannot afford to stop. We followed Mona Simpson's trail from an ordinary life to an extraordinary sacrifice and traced the damage that sacrifice left behind across 3 generations. We watched Maggie watching everyone from behind her perfect disguise. We saw Springfield vote to forget. We counted the predictions that came true and tried to understand what the counting means. We searched for the town on a map and found it everywhere and nowhere. We watched Molman die and come back and die again. We looked behind Ned Flanders' smile and found the darkness that the smile was built to contain. Every one of these things is different. Every theory uses different evidence, different logic, different assumptions about what this show is and what it is trying to say. The radiation theory requires a specific kind of scientific illiteracy in a specific audience. The coma theory requires a particular willingness to accept a devastating emotional reading of a comedy. The collective denial theory requires the recognition of patterns familiar from real communities in a fictional one. The immortality theory requires attention to the structural logic of a villain who has been in the show since the beginning. Each framework is distinct. Each framework asks something different from the person encountering it. But every framework arrives at the same place. Something is wrong in Springfield. Something fundamental, something structural, something that goes deeper than animation style or episodic storytelling or the normal conventions of the long-running cartoon format. Whether it is the radiation or the dream or the collective choice to forget or the weight of a century of institutional corruption or simply the strange gravity of 36 years of human attention focused on a single fictional family, something has broken the rules of ordinary reality in this town. And the show has been telling you about it since the very first episode. Not through exposition, not through dramatic revelation, through accumulation, through the slow, patient layering of detail upon detail upon detail until the picture becomes undeniable. The show is not hiding its mysteries. It is showing them to you every single week. It just takes a certain kind of attention to see them. The kind of attention that is most accessible at the edge of sleep, when the filters come down and the connections form more freely, and the gap between a cartoon town and the real world feels smaller than it does in the full light of day. There is a question underneath all of the theories, underneath all of the evidence and the counter-evidence and the fan debates and the writer responses and the decades of accumulated analytical attention. A question more fundamental than any of the specific mysteries we have been examining. A question that the show has been circling for 36 years without ever quite landing on it directly. Why do we keep watching? Not in the sense of, why is the show still on the air, which is a question with a straightforward answer involving ratings and legacy and institutional inertia, and the fact that a show that has been running this long develops a gravity that makes stopping it feel like more of a decision than continuing. But in the personal sense, why do people who have been watching since 1989, who have aged from children to adults to middle age, while the characters they watch have not aged at all, why do they keep coming back? Why does someone who was 10 years old when Bart was introduced still turn on the television on Sunday night at 8? What are they looking for? What do they find there? The show has an answer. The answer is in the floating timeline. The answer is in the agelessness of the family and the permanence of the house on Evergreen Terrace, and the cold beer and the couch gag and the opening credits that have not substantially changed in 36 years. The answer is that the Simpsons are frozen in time because we need them to be. Because they represent something that we cannot afford to let change. Because they are, in the specific way that a family you have watched for 36 years becomes yours. Not in a possessive sense, in the sense that their experiences have been woven into the fabric of your own experience. You were somewhere when you first watched the show. You were a specific age, in a specific place, with specific people around you who may or may not still be there, and the show was new then, and the characters were new. And whatever you felt watching it for the first time, that feeling is preserved in the show's archive, the way the characters themselves are preserved, accessible, intact, unchanged. The couch you sat on the first time you watched The Simpsons might be gone. The people who sat on it with you might be scattered or changed or absent. The specific version of yourself that watched that first episode is 36 years away from the version reading this now, accumulated life between you and it, all the things that happen to people across 3.5 decades of living in the actual world. But Bart is still 10, and the couch gag still plays. And the theme song still starts the same way it always did. And the house is still there on Evergreen Terrace, yellow and squat and improbably warm, with the same worn carpet, and the same refrigerator covered in the same drawings, and the same chaotic domestic energy of a family that has been having the same arguments, and the same dinners, and the same Sunday nights for longer than you can fully account for. We pressed pause in 1989. We pressed pause on something we loved, and we have been holding down the button ever since. Not the characters, not the show, us. We are the ones who decided that this family would not age, that this house would not change, that this particular version of American domesticity would be preserved in this particular amber for this particular length of time. The floating timeline is not a production convention. It is a collective decision made by millions of people who needed something to stay the same while everything else changed around them. The Simpsons are our fixed point, the thing that does not move when everything else does, the anchor. And anchors have a cost. The cost of keeping The Simpsons frozen in 1989 is that we never get to see what Bart becomes. We never see Lisa move away from Springfield, which she would, because Lisa is the kind of person who leaves and makes good on the leaving. We never see Maggie speak. We never see Homer old. We never see what happens to Marge after the kids are grown, and the house is quiet, and the particular job she has been doing for 36 years, the enormous, difficult, invisible job of holding a chaotic family together through patience and love, and the kind of steady presence that never gets credited in any official accounting, is no longer required in the same way. We never see them, because we will not let them go. And every episode we watch is another turn of the wheel that keeps them where they are, at the ages they are, in the house they are, forever. The loop is not their prison, the loop is ours. We built it. We maintain it. We turn on the television every Sunday and the theme plays and the couch gag lands, and we exhale, just slightly, the specific exhalation of someone who has found the thing they were looking for and can confirm that it is still there and still intact, and we hold it together a little longer. Because letting go means something that we are not ready to put words to. It means admitting that the couch we watched from is in someone else's house now. It means admitting that the people who sat on it with us are further away than they used to be. It means admitting that we are older than we feel on Sunday nights at 8 o'clock, older than we feel when the opening notes of the theme start, and for a moment, just a moment, the years compress and the distance closes and we are wherever we were the first time, and it is fresh again and Springfield is new again, and Bart is skateboarding under the credits, and everything that has happened since the first time we sat down to watch has not happened yet. That is what The Simpsons is. Not just a cartoon, not just a satire, not just a record of 36 years of American cultural observation. It is the collective dream of everyone who has ever watched it. The shared unconscious production of a community of viewers who needed a story that would not end, that would not age, that would be there next week the same way it was there last week, because the world outside it is not that reliable, and the world inside the show is... The world inside the show always brings Homer home by the end of the episode. The world inside the show always lets the family survive whatever the episode threw at them. The world inside the show always resets, always returns to the couch and the television and the particular warm chaos of the living room on Evergreen Terrace. That is the Springfield contract. That is the deal we made with this show in 1989, without knowing we were making it, without understanding how long we would be maintaining it. And 36 years later, as Bart is still 10 years old, and the cooling towers are still steaming, and the river is still running, and Maggie is still watching from her crib with those enormous quiet eyes, the deal is still in effect, still binding, still holding. The mysteries we have discussed tonight are real. The evidence is real. The theories are constructed with care and supported by details that the show has been embedding in its episodes for decades. But underneath all of them, underneath the radiation and the coma and the immortality and the suppressed genius and the voted-for forgetting, the deepest mystery of The Simpsons is the simplest one. Why do we love them so much? And why, after all these years, after all the changed couches and the scattered companions and the accumulated distance between ourselves and the people we were when we first met them, do we still turn on the television on Sunday night at 8 o'clock and wait for the theme to play and the couch gag to land? The show will not tell you. The show will just keep going. Homer will fall down. Bart will say something that lands him in trouble. Lisa will play her saxophone in her room, that same melancholy fragment of melody drifting through the house at an odd hour. Maggie will watch from the crib. And Marge will stand in the kitchen with the blue hair piled high above her, maintaining everything by the force of her presence alone. And the house will hold, and the family will survive, and by the end of the episode, everything will be back to the way it was, and we will watch it happen, and we will be glad, and we will come back next week, because Springfield is still there, because it always is. That is the whole point. Good night. End of section 12. End of script. Total word count estimate to 52,000 words. Expansion section. F. Lisa's burden. Being right in the wrong town. Lisa Simpson is 8 years old. She has been 8 years old for 36 years. And she is, by any honest assessment of the evidence the show provides, the most intellectually capable person in Springfield, with the possible exception of Maggie, who has made a strategic decision not to reveal the full extent of her capabilities. Lisa's intelligence is not a background trait or a narrative convenience. It is the central fact of her existence in Springfield, the thing that shapes every relationship she has and every experience she undergoes and every disappointment she encounters, which are many, because a person of Lisa's capability living in Springfield is almost constitutionally guaranteed to be disappointed by virtually everything. She is a genius. Not in the loose sense in which the word gets applied to people who are merely very bright. In the specific, documented sense. Her IQ has been measured. Her academic performance is exceptional. Her musical ability is extraordinary for her age, and would be extraordinary for most ages. Her ethical reasoning is sophisticated enough that she regularly arrives at moral positions that Springfield's adult population, operating with whatever cognitive resources the contamination has left them, cannot access. She sees the connections that others miss. She asks the questions that others do not think to ask. She follows the implications of established facts to their logical conclusions without flinching, because the capacity for that kind of sustained analytical honesty is precisely the thing that the radiation and the collective denial have compromised in most of Springfield's residents. And Lisa, for whatever reason, has it intact. And she is 8 years old in a town that does not want her to be right. The show has depicted Lisa's experience of Springfield with more consistency and more genuine emotional weight than it has depicted almost any other secondary theme. Being extraordinarily intelligent in an environment that cannot accommodate your intelligence is a specific kind of suffering, and the show knows it and renders it faithfully across decades of episodes. The isolation, the way her insights land in conversations as interruptions rather than contributions. The way her excellence in school generates resentment rather than respect from her peers and discomfort rather than pride from the adults around her, because her excellence implicitly criticizes the mediocrity that surrounds it. The way she keeps trying, keeps engaging, keeps bringing her best self to situations that punish her for having a best self to bring. She has been doing this for 36 years, and the situation has not improved. This is, if you think about it, one of the most devastating things the show has ever depicted. Not dramatically, not with the explicit tragic framing that would signal to the audience that they are supposed to find it devastating. Quietly. In the background of episode after episode, a child of extraordinary capability, stuck in an environment that is not capable of receiving what she has to offer, repeating the same cycle of engagement and disappointment across 3.5 decades without the situation ever materially changing. The radiation theory offers a specific interpretation of Lisa that is worth sitting with. If Burns's contamination produces mutation, and if mutation affects different people differently, and if the particular mutation that Springfield's radiation generates expresses itself differently depending on the specific biological configuration it encounters, then Lisa's intelligence might be understood as a mutation, in the same sense that Homer's cognitive impairment is a mutation. The same contamination, different expression. Homer's variant took something from his brain. Lisa's variant, perhaps, amplified something. Not in the directed, strategic way that Maggie's has been amplified, if the theory holds. In the more organic, uncontrolled way that most mutations express themselves, producing a capability that the organism did not request and that the surrounding environment did not design to accommodate. If Lisa's intelligence is a mutation, then it is a mutation that Springfield's contaminated environment produced and that Springfield's social environment is actively hostile to. The same town that created her gift is the town that makes the gift a burden. There is something in this that feels like a diagnosis of something larger than Springfield. Something about the relationship between exceptional capability and the ordinary environments in which exceptional people are usually required to operate. The coma theory makes Lisa's situation unbearable in a specific way. If Homer is dreaming, if the entire show is the product of an unconscious mind generating a simulation of the family it loathes, then Lisa's suffering in Springfield is Homer's deepest guilt made narrative. Homer knows, somewhere in whatever part of his mind generates the dream, that Lisa deserves better than what Springfield can give her. He knows that his brilliant daughter is living in a place that cannot receive her. And he cannot make Springfield better for her, because making Springfield better for Lisa would require dismantling the system that makes Springfield what it is. And the system that makes Springfield what it is also the system that keeps the dream running. He cannot save Lisa. So, the dream gives her consciousness. It gives her the experience of being the one who sees clearly, of being the one who asks the right questions, of being, in every moment, right. Even if being right in Springfield is its own kind of prison, she is 8 years old. She is the most awake person in a town of the sleepwalking. And she will be 8 years old forever, asking the questions that the town will not answer, seeing the things that the town will not look at, carrying the specific burden of clarity in a place that has organized itself around the necessity of not being clear. Expansion Section G. The Simpsons and the American Dream. The Simpsons is a show about a working-class American family living in the shadow of a nuclear power plant owned by a billionaire. This is its premise. It has been its premise since 1989. And across 36 years of episodes, the show has returned to this premise in every possible register, from broad comedy to genuine pathos, from savage satire to warm domestic drama, finding in the basic relationship between the Simpson family and the forces that shape their lives a set of themes that are more relevant at the end of the show's run than they were at the beginning. Because the relationship between the Simpson family and Mr. Burns is not just the relationship between a fictional family and a fictional antagonist, it is a model, a cartoon rendering of the fundamental economic relationship that American working-class life has always involved, which is the relationship between the people who sell their labor and the people who buy it, between the people who live downstream of the plant and the people who profit from what the plant emits, between the people whose wages are set by someone else's calculation of the minimum required to maintain their productivity, and the people doing that calculating. Homer works for Burns. Homer earns enough to maintain his family at a specific material level, the level that the show depicts with the comfortable, middle-class details of the Springfield house and the car and the school and the occasional treat, the level that American working-class aspiration has always identified as the baseline of a decent life. And in exchange for those material conditions, Homer provides Burns with the one thing Burns requires from him, which is not competence but presence, the warm body in the chair, the face that passes enough basic regulatory scrutiny to maintain the fiction that the facility is adequately staffed. The signature on whatever paperwork requires a safety inspector's signature. Homer's labor is worth exactly what Burns pays for it, which is a wage calibrated to maintain Homer's compliance without providing Homer with enough material security to consider alternatives. Homer cannot leave, because leaving would mean losing the income, and the family cannot function without the income. Homer cannot challenge the conditions, because challenging the conditions would risk the income. Homer cannot organize with other workers because other workers are in the same position, their compliance bought at the same price, their capacity for resistance compromised by the same combination of economic dependency and radiation-induced cognitive limitation. The trap is perfect. It does not require locks or guards. It requires only the correct calculation of how little is required to prevent the trapped person from noticing the trap. This is the American dream as The Simpsons presents it. A dream that is real in the sense that Homer has the house and the family and the modest material comfort that the dream promises. A dream that is constrained in the sense that the house is in a contamination zone and the family was broken before it was assembled, and the modest comfort is calibrated precisely to the level required to prevent the dreamer from looking too closely at the conditions of the dream, a dream that is, in the end, a form of containment dressed as a form of fulfillment. The show has always known this. The early seasons made it explicit in their economic anxiety, in the recurring financial pressures that drove Homer's various schemes and extra jobs, and desperate attempts to improve a material situation that the system was designed to keep in place. The later seasons buried it under the escalating adventures and the celebrity cameos and the surrealism of a show in which Homer goes to space and meets presidents and survives everything. But the structural reality never changed. Homer still works for Burns. Burns still cannot remember his name. The gap between them is still exactly the same as it was in 1989, and it will still be exactly the same when the show ends, if the show ends, which at this point seems as unlikely as Springfield aging. The American dream that The Simpsons depicts is not a dream that fails. It is a dream that succeeds at exactly what it was designed to do, which is to produce a population that is comfortable enough not to want more and damaged enough not to be able to get it. Springfield is not a warning about where America is heading. It is a description of where America has always been. The show wrote it down and called it a cartoon and ran it for 36 years, and watched America look at it and laugh at the recognition and go back to work on Monday morning. And Burns, somewhere in his office, noted the compliance with satisfaction and scheduled the next week's treatment and turned off the lamp at a reasonable hour and prepared to do it all again. Expansion Section H, the final night in Springfield. You are almost asleep now. Or you have been asleep for a while and these words have become part of the texture of your dreaming rather than something you are consciously processing. Either is fine. The town is still here. Springfield goes on whether you are paying attention or not. The nuclear plant hums. The cooling towers breathe their slow, continuous steam into whatever sky is above Springfield tonight. And the sky is all the American skies at once. Because Springfield is everywhere and nowhere, and the geography is the least of the impossible things about this town. The river runs with its load of history and contamination, and the particular silence of water that does not know what it carries. The fish swim in it, all of them, the ones with the normal number of eyes and the ones with more, adapted and continuing, the way living things in compromised environments continue. Life is persistent. Life is remarkably difficult to stop. Springfield has been testing this proposition for 36 years, and the result is always the same. Things keep living. Things keep moving. Things keep being what they are in the face of everything the town throws at them. Bart Simpson is asleep on his bed, face down with one arm hanging off the edge, in the specific boneless posture of a 10-year-old who fell asleep before fully intending to. His skateboard is on the floor. The pile of homework he did not do is visible on his desk, not because he forgot it, but because he made a considered judgment that not doing it was the correct allocation of his time and energy. A judgment that is, if you examine it honestly, not entirely wrong. He will be 10 years old tomorrow. He has been 10 years old for 36 years. He has the same capacity for mischief and the same fundamental good heart beneath the mischief that he has always had. He has never grown out of any of it because growing out requires time, and Springfield does not have time in the way that other places have time. Lisa is still up. She is almost certainly still up. There are things to think about, and she has not finished thinking about them, and sleep, for Lisa, is always a negotiation rather than a surrender. Her light is on. If you were outside the house and looking up at the window, you would see it, that particular quality of lamplight through curtains that signals someone at work at an hour when most of the neighborhood has gone quiet. She is probably reading. She is probably thinking about whatever the current episode has given her to think about, running it through the same analytical process she applies to everything, arriving at conclusions that nobody in Springfield has asked her to arrive at, and that she will probably not be thanked for. This has always been true of her. This will always be true of her. It is the shape of who she is. Maggie is in her crib. Her eyes may or may not be closed. If they are open, they are looking at the ceiling in the specific way she looks at everything, with the patient, focused attention of someone who is cataloging rather than merely observing, who is building a picture rather than simply taking one in. If they are closed, she is doing the same thing more quietly, in the private space behind the lids where the most important thinking happens. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She knows things that no one suspects she knows. She is waiting for something, and she has not decided to wait less. The ceiling offers its information. She receives it. She continues. Homer is on the couch. He has been on the couch, or in the hospital bed, or in the dream, or in all three simultaneously, depending on which theory you find most convincing and which theories you find compatible. He is breathing. His chest rises and falls with the slow regularity of deep sleep. He may be dreaming. He is almost certainly dreaming. He has the crayon in his brain and the radiation in his cells and the 36-year debt of a town's corrupted history running through every moment of his existence, and he is dreaming through all of it, the way he has always dreamed through all of it, with the specific resilience of a person for whom dreaming is not an escape from life, but the primary site of it. Marge is wherever Marge goes when the house is asleep. In bed, probably, Though the show never quite commits to Marge being fully at rest, because Marge's rest is always conditional on the house being okay. She sleeps lightly and she wakes easily, and she has been sleeping this way for 36 years, one ear always tuned to the frequency of the house, available for anything the house might need. This is not a complaint about Marge's situation. It is a description of it. The house sleeps because Marge is watching. The family persists because Marge is there. This is the work she does, and the work she has always done, and the work she will continue doing with patience and with love, and with the particular quiet competence that does not announce itself and does not require acknowledgement to continue. The house on Evergreen Terrace stands in its place, in its state, in its impossible geography. Somewhere in the vicinity, though the vicinity shifts depending on the episode, is the Flanders house, where Ned has said his prayers and turned off his light and is trying to sleep in the specific way of someone who asks Faith to do more work than Faith can reliably do. Somewhere else is the Quick E-Mart, where Apu is possibly always present, where the fluorescent lights give their particular quality of illumination to the shelves of goods, where the door is always open and always will be. Somewhere on the hill, the plant continues. Somewhere in the manor, Burns is awake, or perhaps even Burns sleeps sometimes, in the way of very old things that have outlasted their need for most forms of maintenance but still require the one form that keeps everything running. The town goes on. The loop continues. Bart will wake up 10 years old. Lisa will wake up 8. The theme will play. The couch gag will land. And somewhere in America, in a living room or a bedroom or a dorm room or a kitchen, on a Sunday night at 8, or on a streaming platform at any hour of any day, someone will turn on the show and Springfield will be there, waiting, the same as it always has been, patient and permanent and impossible. We spent a long time here tonight. We walked through the contamination and the coma and the cover-up and the immortality and the conspiracy and the genius behind the pacifier and the vote to forget and the predictions and the geography and the sadness underneath the kindness and the loop that holds all of them in place. We found the show's buried nervous system, the infrastructure of strangeness that runs beneath the jokes and the couch gags, and the 36 years of a family that does not change. We found the theories that explain it, each of them different, each of them arriving at the same place through different routes, each of them telling you that Springfield is not just a cartoon town, and the Simpsons are not just a cartoon family, and the things the show has been quietly saying for 3.5 decades are worth hearing, even if the saying has always been dressed in yellow and accompanied by a laugh track. You can go to sleep now. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. The cooling towers are still breathing. The river is still running. The fish swim in it. Lisa's light is still on. Maggie is watching the ceiling. The loop is holding. Time is frozen at the specific and perfect moment of everything being exactly as it should be, which is to say imperfect and difficult and warm, which is to say a family, which is to say Springfield, which is to say the most analyzed, most theorized, most deeply loved cartoon ever made. Still here, still running, still 36 years into a story that was never going to end. Good night, Springfield. Good night.